All right. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I will now call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Director Canoy?
Here.
Director Mahar wish to be excused.
Move she be excused.
Second.
Councilmember Director Chides?
Here.
Councilmember Director Schultz? Here. Councilmember Director Canada?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Member Heckerman?
Here.
Mayor Chair Member Prida?
Here.
You have your quorum?
Thank you. This is a time for reserved for members of the audience wishing to speak on agenda items. This period will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Maximum time allocated is 15 minutes.
thought I was going blind.
Anybody wishing to speak? No?
Try to save money.
A1, discussion items, conduct workshop for and discuss the City of Hawaiian Garden City Council Community Redevelopment Agency and the Public Housing Authority budget review for fiscal year 2006-2007.
We're all old. We need to see.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff. Welcome to the 2006-07 proposed budget for the City of Hawaiian Gardens. My goal here is to give you a brief recap of the financial situation and an overview of the city's revenues and expenditures, and then from that point go forward to the individual departments, starting with community development first. Primarily out of order because in any event that we don't make it through today, Joe will be on vacation the next couple of weeks, so we got to get that out of the way. This is basically the way the overview is going to go. We're going to discuss the revenues, expenditures, capital projects, a summary, and also a discussion on your cash reserves. This slide here is what I call the big picture. Notice I'm concentrating on the general fund because this is the fund where most of your activity takes place, and it's responsible for the day-to-day operation of your city. The definition of a balanced budget is when your revenues equal your expenditures, as you can tell. In a true sense, you don't have a balanced budget because you got more money coming in than you're actually spending. I'm projecting the revenues to be in the neighborhood of $14.2 million. Your expenditures 11.1. Your debt service 958. Your capital outlay is primarily small equipment that individual departments buy. It's a little over 100,000. And the transfers of $1.1 million. These are funds that are going to go to different special revenue funds to support their activity, and we'll discuss that later. So a total expenditure of 3.2. This leaves a balance of about $952,000. And as Councilmember Heckerman brought to my attention is that we have a fiscal policy that says that we have to transfer $500,000 to our reserves, but the policy allows you to go higher than $500,000, so that's your parameters. Here's your general fund. We just briefly touched upon it at the previous slide, and it shows the activity from last year to this year. Note that your revenues are increasing. Pluses and minuses. The greatest plus is your casino revenues. And we'll discuss that when we get to the revenue section. Special funds. These are funds that are primarily called special revenue funds. Your gas tax fund, CDBG, Prop A, Prop C, and a number of other funds where the funds come in and they're restricted by law on how these funds are to be spent. And again, there's a slight increase in that particular section as a group. Your redevelopment agency, your revenues are primarily your tax increments. As you can tell, 5.8 is an increase of 128,000. This is primarily a change from mid-year to now, increases in your property tax assessed values. That drives your your tax increments funds. By the way, these funds can primarily be used to pay off debts. And well, we have a fairly large outstanding bond issues. Here's the total. If the question ever asks what the city general revenue funds are, or the total funds, you're looking at a $23.3 million revenue projection for next year, 06-07. Here's the expenditures. On the overview, I brought that to your attention that your current expenditures is 12.170, and this does not include your transfers, just straight pocket expenditures. Here's your special funds again. This is the expenditure side of these special funds. We were also increasing the expenditures in that particular group. Redevelopment, the majority of these payments are debt service payments with a small amount for admin to staff the function of the redevelopment agency. Here's your total. And as a city as a whole, it's 20.6 million. Previously, we discussed the total revenues was 23 something. You're significantly on the plus side here. Salaries and benefits is your major component of your general fund, the expenditures. Good 60, 65, 68% of your total general fund expenditures are related to salaries and benefits. Here's your the benefits for 06-07 is increases. Most of the salary increases are related to MOU agreements that you've put in place a year or two ago, and increases in your benefit structure or the cost of providing the particular employee benefits. So you have an increase about, let's see, 6% from last year in your salary benefit structure. When I use the term subsidies to special funds, primarily the technical term is transfers to other funds. These are funds like, for instance, the CDBG program is a classic example. We get X amount of dollars from the block grant funds, and we spend X plus several dollars. That difference has to be made up by the general fund. And even though the expense doesn't incur in the general fund, it incurs in the particular fund itself. It's an expenditure of the city, and it does provide a drain on the general fund. That's the reason why you'll see that in the summary. Here's your gas tax. We're spending $235,000 over and above what we get from the gas tax funds. This comes directly from the general fund. Public safety programs, over and above the grants that we receive from Homeland Security and Department of Justice. Prop A, Prop C, these are all your transportation programs, basically the sales tax based. And we have a very active transportation program, but it still requires general fund support. Section 8 housing, it's minor support, but it still exists. Traffic safety, here's the CDBG fund. And in addition to, we have a lighting and landscaping district. When we assess fees on the district to run the operation of the district itself, but some of the support comes from the general fund also. Here's the $1.1 million we discussed before in the summary and overall review. It was part of the $13 million total in the general fund expenditures. The redevelopment also has transfers out. Most of the money that redevelopment transfer out will go to the long-term projects account or capital projects fund, because we account for some of the projects in the special projects fund, but they're funded through the RDA, so that's why the transfer is made from RDA to the special projects fund. A big integral part of the budget will be your projects, special projects fund. We have a series of new projects that we're proposing. One is the C. Robert Lee Center improvements. When we get to the section of the projects under community development, this project will be discussed. We have several things that we want to do to C. Robert Lee. Carson Street land and hardscape improvements. This is on the wish list. I think Joe has a desire to do this, depending on how much money is available. A storm drain project. And we also have a series of ongoing projects that we've started in the past and we can continue on an annual basis. Excuse me. There's your street repaving and slurry seal program, white picket fence program, downtown facade, commercial rehab program, and a small one for the city Christmas decorations. I guess Christmas comes around every year, so. Okay.
I thought we had the Christmas decorations paid off. Are we purchasing new? Replacing some? Okay.
Continuing projects. These are projects that we started in prior year and haven't quite finished yet. This is probably familiar to everybody, Dead End Project. And it's Dead End Street Project, not Dead End.
That's sort of low ball.
Yeah, yeah. But in this particular case, this is a reasonable estimate of what we can do in an immediate short term, and that's correct. It's probably going to cost you a lot more. Your sports complex, your Feddy middle school sports complex. Keep in mind, some of these projects will be funded from the upcoming bond issue that the redevelopment agency is floating, and then expect to close sometime in early August. Monument signs at the four corners of the city. The library and computer facility. And an overall review of your special projects. The fund itself. Here's a breakdown of new projects, ongoing projects, and continuing projects. And you tell your continuing projects is significantly large, and they require a lot of the upcoming bond issue that is being floated to support. Okay, the city's cash reserve. Your fiscal policy calls for a transfer into a reserve of a minimum of $500,000, but the language says excess casino revenues over budget. I left it basically blank because you have, in the first estimate, you have over $952,000 excess in the general fund. You have the option of transferring $500,000 or more into the this particular reserve that the city sets aside for operations in the event something goes wrong. I'm saying if you put in the standard $500,000, you're going to end up with $5.5 million in reserve at year-end 2007, June 30th, 2007. And like I mentioned, this is approximately 6 months of general fund operations. That means you can keep your city going for 6 months if nothing else comes in. But more likely things will come in. Other sources of revenues come in too, but not to the degree that a casino revenue provides for you. Our goal in this particular reserve is to establish a 1-year cushion, 1 year of casino revenues. And unfortunately, the casino revenues keep going each year, keep going up each year, so your goal keeps moving out.
I don't know if
So-
it's unfortunate or not, but
So you're, at the moment, I'm estimating for next year of $10,500,000 of casino revenues in 06-07, and that's being conservative. I think you'll do a little better, but I just tend to guess on the conservative side. So that's your goal for the reserves set aside.
Steve,
Yes.
can I ask you a question? Under expenditures, you had $13,286,908.
Correct.
Does that include the 500,000 debt service on this fiscal policy
I don't know.
savings?
No, that's the, I left it open for discussion. You have your choice of taking 500,000 or more, yeah, but in all events, your fund balance will increase, irregardless of what you decide to put aside into your reserve fund, emergency reserve fund. So yeah, if the council doesn't address the issue, we're going to basically stick 500,000 away. Okay.
Yeah, well, I would, my feelings on that is that the cushion is one of the more important things for this city to have. It's a very important issue, as opposed to new projects or, creating new projects. I think if we have 952 left, we should take 952 and put it toward the savings.
Well, that's why you call it excess casino revenue over budget. So
That's right.
any excess,
And then at the end of this fiscal year, will we have any idea how much, is that the money you'll have? Do
I'll
we have
give-
any idea how much we're going to be over this year?
I'll be able to tell, not too long from now, probably, I have to wait till the year ends, but yeah, I can get a pretty good feel of where it's going to be, but it's definitely going to be over $500,000.
We really should consider as a council to try to stick that money away. It is probably one of the more important things that this council can do is to save this money rather than just spend it like, drunken sailors. We need to be
I
spending
think we're thinking alike there, Leonard, because when Steve first told me about the overage there, the 900 some odd thousand, hey, let's put it in the fund.
Yeah, but before you make this decision, let's hold off a little bit, because as we go through the budgets, you may want to adjust the budgets up or down, maybe up. If you're going to spend a little more, that 952 will go.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm just saying that, I know that we're going to have money left over this fiscal year, and it looks like it's going to go over substantially, so I'm just saying that we need to keep that in mind, try to put
All right,
some
then
money.
let's just take a look at what we may transfer or
Okay.
change in the budget and what have you, and whatever is left, agree that portion of money that's left is going into the reserve.
The reserves,
That'll work.
That's,
yeah.
Okay, at this point in time, I'll go back to my desk, and we'll open up our post budget, and we'll start with the revenue structure, and from that point forward, we'll go to community development, page by page, until we get some sort of consensus on the budget.
They'll be asking for money.
Okay. The general fund budget on the revenue side starts on page 3 of 91. The lower right-hand corner is page 3.
Okay.
There's a series of categories of revenues that the city has. You have your taxes, licensing, license and permits, fines and forfeitures, use of money or interest money, and state subventions coming from the state, fees for services, and the miscellaneous. I love the word miscellaneous because that happens to be our largest source of revenue, miscellaneous. We categorize our casino card club revenues under the miscellaneous category. And on page 491, you'll note it's $10,500,000 out of a total general fund revenue budget of $14,233. So your exact percentage is significantly large. Okay. I don't project very many changes in your revenues under the tax side. Page 3 of 91. Your one good thing that I want to point out is that the ERAF shift that the state takes ends this year, 06. So next year there'll be no more ERAF shift going from the city and from the redevelopment agency. You won't see that takeaway from the state against the local agencies. However, the state has made some significant changes in how it distributes the sales tax and the motor vehicle and loot taxes. Primarily, they hold on to it longer and gives it to the city at a later date of the fiscal year. So we just recently received in May a good part of the property tax in lieu of sales taxes. So they converted some of our sales tax into property taxes, but kept the city whole. However, in the process, we used to get the sales taxes every month, a specific amount. The way it works now, that they give us 25% of it at two specific dates of the year, which primarily matches the date that people pay their property taxes. And May is the last date, and where the majority of money people pay their taxes, and that's where we get the majority of the money. Again, that's for a total of $1.8 million in taxes. On the licensing and permits, you'll note there's a significant increase in your building permits. Account number 3314, and this is primarily an estimate prepared by community development in the upcoming events that are going to occur with the casino and development, and also the home-based projects where they'll do some major construction. We'll be spending quite a money in the plan review process, but we'll also be collecting a lot of money from the people that pull these permits to make up for it. So you'll see a corresponding expenditure in the community development. When we get to that point, Joe will bring that issue up. Interest rates are going up a little. We're getting a little bit more money for our idle funds, and also we have a little more money that we have in the bank to invest. You may have noted on the Treasurer's report there are some federally backed issues that the city has purchased, earning slightly more than the local agency investment fund. We're getting slightly more, but security is still there. Liquidity is a little bit tougher, but can still be liquid. We can still cash it in if need be. Okay, the fee for services on page 491. There's not many changes that's going to occur there. Pretty much a flat line in terms of what we expect to get for this particular fees. So we're at the bottom of the line, 14.2 million in revenues in the general fund. The only other major source of revenue would be your redevelopment fund of 5.8, which is your tax increments. On page, let's see, page 13 of 91, you'll see your redevelopment fund revenues on top. And as you can tell, the majority of this property tax increments. And believe it or not, we receive some, the agency does receive some money from the city for the rental of the facilities. Okay, if there's any specific revenues that the city's council is interested in discussing, I'll I'll be glad to address that. If not, I'd like to move forward and go to the specific, actually to page 16 of 91, which is an overview of the general fund, all the different departments that are being funded out of the general fund. And I'd like to go from that point out to community development, which is on the bottom of that page, page 16 of 91. This page here reflects a 3-year history, actual for 0405, current year, and also the next year's. So if any further questions, or if you think of a question at a later date, we can come back to it. But if not, I'd like to turn this over to Joe Colombo for the community development budget. We'll try to stay on the same page. That's the reason. It's important that we keep track of the page that we're on, because we're going to jump around a little bit. So, Joe, could you start off with your planning department? 46?
Page 26? 46?
26.
Yeah, we're jumping around. Page 46.
26?
26?
Not 46?
Community development is 46.
Why didn't they say?
Okay.
Okay. For the most part, the budget in the planning division remains the same, except for one major line item, which is line item 4200, contract services. There's a major increase there. Council had given staff direction to initiate the general plan process. We anticipate that general plan process, which generally takes anywhere from 2 years to 3 years. I'm being told by consultants that those projects go from $250,000 to $500,000. So I don't anticipate finishing the general plan amendment in 1 year. So those additional revenues that are being requested is just to fund a partial amount. Plus, we have a housing element that we need to start thinking about, which is state mandated on all planning divisions in our SCAG area. So that is why the increase in that line item, which is to reflect if we were to initiate the general plan process and we have a housing element, hopefully we can hire one consultant, start the housing element, and then piggyback with the general plan as well. The other minor change, actually there have been some decreases. The legal advertising has been a decrease because we're obviously done with the zoning code, comprehensive zoning code amendment, so we're not going to have the increase. We're not going to have the advertising fees for a large document such as a zoning code. The other line item that I had requested that be changed is line item 4300, which is office supplies. Previously was requested was 2500. We're barely struggling with that. If you look at the line item before that, we had spent 5800. We just have a lot of activity in our department. The activity in that department has literally doubled from the prior years. So there's just a lot more supplies that we have to buy, and we do have quite a bit of staff in there.
And then, of course, the cost of supplies keep going up, too.
Right. So that's more or less the only changes there on page 46. More or less everything's staying the same the way it's operating. Page 47 is the Planning Commission, decrease in the stipends, and attributed to, and as you can see, I don't think we spent that much in the prior year, but I don't anticipate having that many meetings as we now have a new zoning code where we have eliminated certain types of procedures where we don't take all applications to the Planning Commission or to the City Council. So some of them will be approved at staff level, some will be approved at the commission level, and the City Council, for the most part of the applications, will only be involved if there's an appeal process. Page 48 is the building department. And there is as Steve was saying, a major increase in the line item 4131, which is inspections. That is just an estimation. I expect that to go up drastically because it is unknown as far as the project costs on the casino. I've heard ranges anywhere from $60 million to $160 million. And the plan check fees are based on the valuation of the building, so we had to more or less estimate that. But we do anticipate that the plan check process should start in the next coming fiscal year, being that they already had initiated the planning plan check process already. So money that will be collected from the plan check fees also has a reflection in the revenue accounts as well. So what comes in more or less reflects in the revenue component. So if I anticipate this being right, the additional amount will be needed for the inspections, but it will also have a reflect in the revenue though. That is the only change on page 48. On page 49, there is some changes there. We had the city engineer resign. We did not fill that position. We went back to contracting that out through a private consultant through B.S. Behrman Henniger. So you're going to see some changes where they have been zeroed out where it comes to personnel, because we usually pay our consultants through contract services. So you'll see 4,200. You'll see a major increase in 4,200, and that's the pay for the consultant fee for the city engineer, Jackie. Okay, next page. Where does that take me at next, Steve, on my pages there? We have some CDBG programs, code enforcement, housing rehab.
$71. 72.
72 is the recap of the block grant funds.
No.
There's certain components that community development is in charge of, right, Joe?
Right.
And they are?
In the community development department, we implement the housing rehabilitation program and the code enforcement program. So on page 73, not much changes, although we do, as you know, we did have a retirement. We have not filled that position yet, and we're in the recruitment stages. At mid-year, if there is additional funds available, then we may ask for additional monies if needed to do additional rehabs. But for the most part, Yvonne's been able to spend the money in that fiscal year. So this money is basically used to rehab houses, single-family homes, and mobile homes for the most part, and we do utilize all that money. The other program that we're in charge of, we'll skip to page 78. There are some changes in this program, some slight changes, primarily in 4200 to reflect the additional services that we have with Charles Abbott and Associates for code enforcement services. Also, we also have Steve Pagero being transferred out, community relations officer being transferred out from the public safety account to the community development account. So it's having a reflection in these line items. So nothing major. The biggest change would be in the 4200. But let's see. We have section 8, Steve. What? Okay. There's
What page?
Page 85.
Page 85.
Page 85 is the housing program from the redevelopment agency. There are no changes there at this time. However, the council did give us direction to look into the acquisition of a property. And we are getting appraisals, and we are conducting a phase one in that property. That would be a redevelopment project, and when we do get those appraisals, we'll bring it back to you for your consideration. So there will probably be a requirement as a mitigation measure of the Dead End Street project that we have to deal with 20 houses that were removed from the housing stock. And we were anticipating on building 10 and acquiring 10 other properties and making them affordable. And any expenses that are associated with that project would come out of this account.
Have we anticipated the expenses on this purchase and what have you, that we have enough, we think we have enough
Yes.
on hand now?
Right. Well, the expenses that I've incurred up to date, we do have enough to cover now. The property is, I'm anticipating the property is going to be valued at over $1 million. I'm being told by the finance director that they have money in the 20% set-aside account.
Okay, because I want to make sure that, for a future purchase and what have you, if we find it's going to be a little bit more, that we have a cushion there for it at least.
All right, and we'll be coming back to you and giving you the details when we do get that appraisal amount, but giving you any dollar figures right now would just be speculation, and I'd rather just wait for the actual appraisal of that property.
My major thing is that, so that we wouldn't have to worry about having a special meeting or something to allocate or whatever, so we could just move, the flow would be smooth and transition right into it.
Okay.
Before we go on the capital program, let's go back to Section 8 on page 71 of 91, which is another program that Community Development oversees.
Which one?
Page 71 of 91.
71?
Yes.
Page 71. 71. Find it, Mucci?
Oh, there it is, okay. That's the Section 8 program. There are no changes in this program. This is basically a program funded by HUD, and we don't have any changes here at all. We did have some retirements, we did do some recruitments, and we're glad to have Victor on board. So there are no changes in this account at all. Everything remains pretty much the same.
Okay, last but not least is your long-term and special projects or your capital projects fund, page 90. Now, Joe will explain every single project, right, Joe?
The best I can. Yeah, I'll just go over them very briefly and give you a little quick status on them. There are two projects that were authorized last year. These will be carry forwards probably. That is the street lighting master plan and the flood master plan. We just want to get an idea of what do we need to do out there so that we don't just start putting out lights and storm drains without having some type of guidance from the professionals. So those are in the works right now from the consultant, so those will just carry over. The City Hall upgrades and Communal Department TI that was done, approved at the last council meeting. The library, this is an ongoing project. We budgeted about $3 million in there. We anticipate construction costs to be just slightly over $1.5 million, plus we have other costs associated in there that deals with the acquisition of the parcel. We hope we hope we're not going to need more money than that.
Well, I notice there's a drop this year as opposed to last year of $425,000 on the library. We feel that $3 million is going to be sufficient.
For the construction, it should be. I believe we've already made a deposit, Ernesto, for the actual acquisition, but we still have other issues to deal with, and I don't want to get into too many details on that.
No.
It's been handled by the attorney's office.
Yeah, well,
We're adding additional funds in there to cover any other additional costs that may come up through
Okay.
any settlements. If it happens to be more than that, then we'll have to come back to you. But we are proceeding with the project itself. We have the city engineer working on an RFP process for the design of the tenant improvements associated with the library and the public safety center.
okay.
In the library, you have $3 million carry forward in general fund. I thought we had a bond issuance that'll help fund part of the library.
That bond issue has several components for several different projects. The exact makeup of the components is still to be decided when we finally do sell the bonds. But yeah, there'll be some funds available there. I mean, you still have an opportunity to allocate specific parts of that bond issue to specific projects, including this library project.
How much do you write in for the library?
Our recommendation, once we get to that, once the time comes up where we're dealing with the bond issue, our recommendation, it's anticipated that we're going to be receiving approximately $7.8 million. $3 million of the bond issuance will go towards this project.
So the $3 million that you have in here will be
Right.
possibly available for general fund.
Right.
So then we have a cushion. Okay,
That's my point.
yeah.
Right.
Hidden money.
Okay, moving right along, the Urban Trail, we zeroed that out. We didn't think that was a realistic project at the current time. The engineer's estimate on that project is anywhere from $6 to $8 million. We've already conducted a feasibility study, and we know that it is possible to do this, but it's something that we would have to budget. We'd rather just allocate our time in doing more realistic projects, which is the library and the Dead End Street project and so forth. The White Picket Fence program that's an ongoing project, very successful, so we're just requesting the same amount of money. The Safe Route to School project, you recently approved that at 2 council meetings ago. Those are for some minor traffic improvements at Fetty Middle School. The Dead End Street project, that is also an ongoing project. I believe the contract was about close to $1.5 million. We have additional monies in there in case we need to buy additional properties to clean up some corners, and we may need to have to request some additional funds. We're not sure. It depends on what the council's direction will be at that time when this project is done. But the actual construction costs are covered, which covers the actual Dead End Street and the storm drain. You will have some pockets, some tot lots. You will have possibly some small parcels that you may want to just get rid of because it may be blight, and you may want to do some additional consolidation. The street repaving slurry seal project, that is an ongoing annual program at $500,000. The monument sign, that'll be a continuing project. We plan on doing 3 corners, and then the fourth corner is at the car wash, where the fountain will be at. Downtown facade program, they're in the design stages right now, and we anticipate that construction should start in phases next fiscal year. $1 million will not cover the entire downtown facade program. That's just an estimation of what we think we may need. There's a streetscape component to it as well. So
We're paying 80-20, right?
it's an 80-20 split. All the properties north of the Garden Center and just south of 214th Street qualify on the east and west side of North Boulevard, and they get a commercial rehab of 80-20. The agency will pay 80%. The owners will pay 20%. And I'm sorry, you had a question?
Yeah, RDA and general fund, it says. What portion is general fund, what portion is RDA on downtown facade?
That was another project that we were looking at, possibly utilizing bond issuance. So that's another one we're going to see how it maps itself and eventually determine that when we get the bond.
Do we know how much money general fund is dedicated to that at all?
There's a possibility that we may not even.
But do we have, out of this money that's earmarked at $1 million, how much is going to be general fund?
A lot of it depends on, like the city administrator said, that depends on how much we get from the bond issue. I mean, it's still, the general fund is the fallback position. I mean, if you don't have the funds in the redevelopment, you have to go to your general fund. That's the reason why I caution you about that $952,000, because you're not quite sure exactly how much you're going to need.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get more. Okay, so if you're not understanding my line of questioning, I'm trying to loosen more up, probably for a reason, but.
Loosen up in the
I'm
general
trying
fund?
to- Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm looking to see if we can't use restricted funds rather than general funds.
Oh, yeah, the best choice would be to go to restricted fund. That's the
So-
reason why.
When I see general fund, I get a little freaked out when I see a
definitely.
redevelopment project.
Ultimately, the general fund is responsible. You're absolutely correct. Restricted fund is the first choice, and as the city administrator pointed out, that you may not need it, depending on how things pencil out in the bond issue. What we are able to clear from that particular issue, we can parcel it out to whatever projects you determine at a later date. If it doesn't work out, you can scale down your project too, or go to the general fund and get that difference out of the general fund. But
So you
that's
really
your
don't
last
know-
choice.
You really don't know how much of a general fund commitment is there?
At this point in time, correct, we don't know. Depending on certain events that are still going to occur, we will be able to determine at a later date what the distribution will be.
So if we set aside $1 million in this budget,
This is what we're setting aside here is a projected cost of a specific project.
okay.
Okay, things may change, like, for instance, we talked about the dead-end street project and other things. Some of those numbers will change. There's no guarantee that the original projection will be accurate or will stay that way. I mean, it's really, capital outlay is not as predictable as a ongoing expense, like somebody getting paid on salaries. You know how much the person gets paid on a project. This is our best estimate.
I'm just, the reason I'm trying to shake loose general fund money, okay? We're already probably going to shake loose $3 million.
Right.
Okay? So I'm looking to try to shake loose even more. If the facade, if you're funding at $1 million, let's say 25% is general fund, that's $250,000. So I'm looking at 3.25.
Yeah, that's an excellent.
I'm just trying to shake loose general fund money because I'm thinking general fund money may be needed for a project that the council has had in mind for many years, and I don't see too much movement on it.
And Councilmember Chaitis, we're absolutely with you on this. The preliminary figures regarding the bond issuance is that we're going to have close to $8 million, $7.8 million for capital projects. What we're going to do is, there's also some other grant funding that we received for some other projects, so we're going to utilize all the restricted funds like you stated, including the bond issuance money. So any other additional monies that we need, then we will probably need to tap into the general fund. But we will definitely make it a priority to use the restricted funds first.
Yeah, on some of these projects here, I'm of the opinion that we should kind of maybe have a little more in each one of these just in case for possibilities that exist. We know that some costs are going to go up and what have you, because there may become times where we have time restricted on a project or something like that, and we have to move quickly, and I'd rather be safe than sorry on that. So.
Now, let me just echo also what Steve said, is that it's very difficult to come up with dollar figures on capital improvement projects, especially
Well, guesstimates.
right, especially when you don't have plans and specs. And
Well, that's all you can do is use your best
they're
guesstimation.
just estimates, and then, as you know, construction costs go up quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I understand what you're saying,
We
but-
don't have change orders.
By the time we get done, I think I'm going to loosen up about $4 million out of this budget. I'm going to tell you why in just a minute.
Okay, then the next project is the commercial rehabilitation program. That is a very conservative figure in response to the latest changes that were made to the program guidelines. Depending on how many you do in a year, that $500,000 can go up quite drastically. but that's just a conservative figure. You increase the guidelines from 25,000, I believe, to 50,000, and anything over 50,000 would come before the city council. So it all depends on how many of these things we do, but that's what we're anticipating. The Carson Boulevard paving project, that is done. Marquee sign project is done. City council chambers upgrade, that is done. C. Robert Lee Center improvements, that's being requested, I believe, to do some bleacher improvements and backboard replacement to the basketball courts. The Carson Street landscape project, that is also somewhat of a wish list, or a wish item list, but what that entails is basically trying to duplicate what we have in front of the casino.
Yeah.
In front, as far as the hardscape, and doing some improvements along the entire commercial boulevard as well as the medians itself.
Well, I got a problem with that. Okay, I don't know how they got, I don't know how the Carson Street hardscape improvement project even gets to have a priority. I think you have a lot of capital improvement projects at hand. Some capital improvement projects we have discussed before in the past that we would like to see. I don't even see it on this list. And one of the things I see not being done is the urban trail. We have talked about that urban trail since we're blue in the face. Something that is going to impact open space in a dense area of the city. And I don't see it on this thing at all, but I sure see this Carson Street hard landscaping improvement thing that I've never heard of, and it's $1 million.
Well, Joe, exactly what is the Carson landscaping? What is
The Carson
plan on
Street
doing?
landscaping project is basically, it's a combination of streetscape and hardscape. It's to mimic what we have in front of the casino. It's been talked about actually for several years now, ever since Elroy's been here. For at least 5 years ago that I recall. We've had some construction estimates on this project. It's not a requirement. It was just an item that was put on there. If the council wants to delete it, they can delete it. They can put the money towards doing studies and master plans on the urban trail. But as I said earlier, we did touch on the urban trail just very briefly, but the urban trail will require a master plan, and most likely it'll have to be built in phases because it's a very, very expensive project.
Yeah.
So if you can free up some money and you can put it in the urban trail project if you wish, but you don't have to do the streetscape plan. It was requested that we put it in there and budget that. So, and that's what we did. It's just it's not set in stone. It's not in concrete. And you can't undo it.
Well, it was my understanding originally, as far as the Carson landscape project, was to try and make it the same
Right.
from Pioneer Boulevard all the way through the city.
Create some uniformity, some
Landscaping be exactly the same. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Carson Street is developing on its own. I mean, it's one of our stronger commercial corridors. I mean, we have spent much time on Carson. A lot of people are spending a lot of time on Carson. You know, our weak link isn't, our weak link, if you're talking about commercial corridors, is Norwalk.
Well,
I mean, we've been talking blue in the face about Norwalk.
That's why I
we're not
like-
doing a darn thing for Norwalk. I mean,
Well, isn't that what the facade?
That's what the facade project
is,
yeah.
right?
yeah, but the
No, that's-
facade is just a facade. I mean,
Well, in the facade is also, I understand, the sidewalks and what have you too, and
yeah,
new
from
lighting.
where? From where's the facade
It's only
project?
From Carson.
From Carson to 214th.
To 214.
Oh, not-
That's not all. That's not
No,
all.
that's not all of
all
Norwalk.
And all of our, our situation. We've talked to her blue in the face about Norwalk. That's our
Yeah,
weakest
secondary corridor
We only
in the city.
have two corridors: Carson and Norwalk. Norwalk is the weakest of the two, the very much weakest of the two. If we could develop Norwalk, as well as we develop Carson, we'd be happy campers. I mean, but we keep socking money into Carson. I mean, all those guys in Carson are just loving it. They're having a great time with it. But all those people on Norwalk don't get the time of day.
Yeah, but Norwalk is better than it was 8 years ago.
Well, Carson's better than what it was 8 years ago, too.
Well, and
I mean,
I'm all for what we've done on Carson because that is our major corridor through the city, and that's what everybody sees at first sight.
yeah. But I'm also
I
saying.
agree with you. We need to take a more stronger look at Norwalk too.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, just to remind you, we do have a couple of projects that we've already approved on on Norwalk. You have the green property that was approved.
Yeah.
And every project that we do on those streets, we do request that the developer pay for the off-site improvements such as the
Oh, yeah, we know.
sidewalk
You know,
replacement.
Talking about Carson, this side of Carson in front of the casino is starting to look a lot better. But when you get on the other side of Carson, past Norwalk, it still hasn't improved, except a few of the places that have.
Right, the
like
only one-
storage
The
place.
storage place.
But some of the other places, they need to,
But we're going to have the hotel there. That's
Yeah.
going to be a development there.
Yeah.
And if Jim Hughes is selling, we'd like to expand
don't
that even
stand
more.
a chance
Are you
on that.
listening, Jim? Somewhere out there. The two issues that I get concerned about is Norwalk and this urban trail. Again, I got to tell you guys that the urban trail is in the densest part of the city. And we have to give something back to these folks, okay, in the way of creating some open space for these folks. I mean, I would say if we're going to phase it in, we'd phase from 226th, okay, to 1 first, the densest part of the city, and then move northward. But I would like to see us spend some time on doing stuff for some folks. Doing some stuff for them folks. I mean, we're doing a lot for the business owners. I mean, we got the facade project, we got rehab projects. I mean, they're the most generous in the state. But you know what? At the same time, I think we need to put some emphasis on this urban trail because it really takes an area of real ugliness, which is that drainage ditch, and creates open space in a
That's a
dense
major
area.
eyesore in the city.
Yeah, it is just an eyesore. I'm sure vector control would just be jumping for joy if you did something about covering that drain. It's nothing but a breeding place for mosquitoes, and I just don't see that project going anywhere, and I want to see the project go. We've been at it. Last time I seen it, we were talking about it, and we had emphasis on it. We actually drew up a square drain, and we all seen that, and we were all kind of thinking, yeah, it's great. But you know what? A year went by, we didn't hear a thing. I haven't seen any grants going out for this thing for creating open space. It should be a natural. Creating open space in a dense area, that should be a natural God-given grant right now. We should be able to dig out, some monies out of, nature conservancies or wherever else.
Is there anything else coming up that may be causing a holdup, such as permits from county and things like that regarding this?
Excuse me. We're not there yet as far as the permits. We still need to conduct a master program of what we want to do there.
Well, we realize we're going to have to go in, increments on the thing. We're not going to be able to do the entire project right away, but if we can get some portion of it maybe started here before long, and at least that's a start.
But you can transfer the line item that's earmarked for the Carson Street landscape hardscape. You can transfer that line item and just transfer it over to the urban trail.
Plus the fact that I also have in mind that is also, we're talking about this West Nile with the mosquitoes and what have you. That is a breeding ground for mosquitoes with it wide open like that and what have you. So, we're killing two birds with one stone, so to speak. We're covering it over, beautifying it, and making it safer in that area.
Protecting the health of the students.
Yeah, for the health.
At the same time.
But also beautifying it, because that's been a blight there since 1953. That's when they built the thing. I was living here then,
Yeah.
or had just moved out. That's when they started digging that trench.
It'd be nice to cover that over right next so El Dorado people could see it.
That goes right in front of the property I used to live
Right
on.
through the middle of their housing tract. They're going to bug Long Beach. Hey, how come Hawaiian Gardens did it? But I think if we did it in chunks, people, it's more reasonable. If we took 226th Street to 223rd Street, then that's a feasible project. You know what I mean? We cut down the cost of the project as we go along and see how much money we got. Mm-hmm. If we keep going, if we're looking at the project at a whole, then we're looking at a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We're looking at a lot of money. And we were looking like I forgot, what was the estimated cost of that? $7 million, okay. The
Yeah.
total,
And by the time we're able to actually do it, it's going to be closer to 10.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, if the whole project is, let's say, $7 million, what's the cost from 226th to 223rd and getting it done at a sooner time where the cost is cheaper than what it would be, like you said?
No.
You know, do it in sections, and that way it's cheaper, and plus, people would look at that and say, wow, you know, they're starting to cover over the drainage ditch, and you know what? The next section we cover over would be from 223rd to Civic Center. And if we did 223rd to Civic Center, we would cut a pathway from 221st going straight through. You understand what I'm saying? That would increase our traffic flow. Okay, and help a situation for patrolling for the police cars, access for fire department to go through, easier for people to cut across to the other side of the gardens, you know, without being, you know. In fact, we might want to consider doing that 223rd to Civic Center first in order to make that cut across on 221st, rather than have nothing there, you know. And it may be more beneficial for us to do something like that. But if you did it in sections, it wouldn't cost as much. And if it would be feasible for us to do it sooner, thereby saving construction costs.
Yeah, because construction costs are going to continue to go up. I'll give you an example. Years ago, when I lived in Bellflower, the original cost was millions of dollars less than what it actually finally wound up costing them, because they waited several years before they finally put, this was what they used to call Clark River, like we used to have the river or the flooding here in the gardens. They had flooding there on Clark. And when they finally put that storm drain in, it was, I can't remember how many millions more it was. But it was just by the fact of waiting so long, and the costs do keep going up.
So if we think about this, if it's $7 million total cost, if $3 million comes from that library fund, and $1 million comes from this hardscape, that's $4 million. The total cost is $7 million. Would it be feasible for us to do a section now without going to a grant? I think so. I think we'd be able to do that in the densest part of the city, take one section and make it a greenbelt park, and then the people would see the next sign going up, and they'd get all excited about it because they would have open space in a dense area of the city. And it's feasible. We'd wait for the next fiscal year to come, well, we'll get the next section. But with $4 million we have right now, we have an excellent opportunity to take one section and build it right now. Right now.
As long as we're not taking any money from any other project or anything and burdening any other project by having done so, I think we ought to look into it.
Yeah.
Ernesto, I had a question. Was there, have we looked into grants for this urban trail? I mean,
We did initially. We did submit, I believe it was one through our legislatures, but it didn't get funded. We did, however, get $1 million for that sports complex. Yeah, so I guess
Yeah, I remember
that was more important than.
There was a wish list, and they
Right.
just went down and said, okay, we'll give it back.
And the consultant that was assisting us with the design, gosh, I forgot her name at this time, but she was also doing some research into other grant opportunities for us. But it's extremely competitive nowadays. Money is very scarce, and
Well, maybe it'll open up a little bit with the new budget. That would presumably
And I'm
have
gonna
more
tell you-
money in the state.
I think we have an advantage over others. I really do. I think the city of Hawaiian Gardens has an absolute advantage over others. We're dense. We're one of the densest cities in California. I mean, we're certainly one of the densest cities in L.A. County.
Yeah, they've
And
got
you're
us
talking
listed at
about-
15,852 in the city right now. We're well above that. I know we're probably well over 16,000 people in the city, so
And
we are
the
dense.
place where we're talking about doing this is the densest part of that
Yeah,
9/10 of a square mile. And it is absolutely should be a no-brainer when it comes down to funding on a grant basis, at least for the city of Hawaiian Gardens to create open space in that dense area. I mean, if you just showed them the picture of the area where there's 25-foot lots and 2 on a lot, if you just showed the people that it's bad enough to see 25-foot lots.
Well,
But
you
when
know,
you show 2 units on a 25-foot lot, I mean, you know.
on the other side of Carson, when you think about it, there's a lot of auto shops that could be cleaned up and look a lot better on that side. And would actually improve the vision of that street,
Yeah.
you know, on the other side of Norwalk. I mean, I'm not saying there shouldn't be auto shops there, but there are some auto shops that look like they have a lot of cars on it that shouldn't be there, and, you know, and it's unfortunate that all the auto shops are on one side, but like with the storage and like Leonard says, with the new hotel eventually coming up, you know, that section needs to be cleaned up.
Well, I think we're going to have to live with the fact that one side of Carson is going to look better than the other side for a long time, because those shops are there, and,
Oh,
you
yeah,
know, they
but
can stay
I'm
there.
not saying to run them
Yeah,
out, but, you know, it could be maybe.
But, you know, I go along with some of what Leonard has said here and everything, that, you know, we had talked about this, and then all of a sudden it sort of just kind of fell from the picture, what have you, and everything. I'd like to keep that ongoing also, because that is, as I mentioned also, it's also a safety thing too, because you see standing water in there all the time.
And kids crossing in there.
And let's face it, that is an ugly trench.
It is ugly.
I mean,
That is an
Jesus.
eyesore that's-
I hate it. I'm embarrassed to have people drive through the city and see that thing, you know, because it goes right directly through our city.
I know.
And
It's
just
terrible.
create mosquitoes, I know that.
And remember, this was done by the county in '53, and they didn't care. We were still dirt roads then, you know.
Yeah.
Well, we're the backward folks down there. We're just going to help them to keep from flooding a
Yeah.
little more.
Yeah, they don't mind. Well, anyway. But anyway, I'm just saying that, you know, it'd be great for us you know, where I've identified the $3 million for the library on general fund. That'll probably come back to us if we have this bond issuance. That's $3 million. The $1 million for the hardscape, that's $4 million. If $7 million funds the whole project, you're only $3 million away from funding the whole project. I would say you take about $2 million and start with one section alone.
But, you know, it seems like with these projects, the longer we wait, the more expensive it's.
That's right.
Of course,
And.
because cost of materials and everything
All
else
right,
keeps
yeah,
going up.
no, but, you know, I just have a problem with this, you know, slow process.
Skyrocket.
You know, with the gas prices as high as they are now, people have had to take that and transfer that to the cost of their services, and therefore, you know, more money.
I'll tell you, I would like very much and I didn't think about it till now, but I would like very much for us to consider covering over, making a straight shot from 223rd to Civic Center with the money we have now, and making 221st cut straight through. I think people would flip.
Well, we need to get
They
a
would
cost
see
estimate,
that.
get a cost estimate on it and see if it's, you know, workable.
I mean, the
With-
folks in town would love it.
Yeah. Well, of course.
If the folks in town would just.
Who wouldn't?
love that. Yeah.
You know, you're getting rid of an eyesore and a safety problem too.
Yeah, and we can do it. I think we can do it. I think right now, we're talking, we got 4/7 of this project funded with this money that's available right now.
Well, I don't want to see us sit and do what's happened on other projects that have been discussed about in the city for years and years and years. I remember the Dead End Street project. How many years has that been on the project?
About
Yeah.
11 or 12.
Okay.
And it was this, if you remember, it was this council that took the initiative on that.
Yeah.
And we seen exactly how to do it and what to do, and it was this council who made it happen.
I think-
Okay?
I think
And
it
I'm
behooves
asking
us.
this council right now to consider this right now, because I think we can make it happen.
I think it behooves us to, you know, since we do have some money there and it is feasible, and do it while the costs are still, well, I say relatively low compared to what they would be 3 years
Yeah,
ago.
3 years from now.
that we should take a long, hard look at it and try to get some portion of it started.
Mayor, council members, I have a request. May I request that we revisit this next week? I want to get a full detail of the capital projects, and I want to identify how much is general fund and how much is
Okay.
grant proceeds.
Okay.
We don't have that with us right now.
Sure.
But, yeah, before we kind of speculate that we have that much money, I want to make sure that we're giving you the real figures. So,
Okay, that sounds all right.
I'm with me.
Yeah.
please. Thank you.
Let's make sure that, everybody's on.
Yeah, I mean, and definitely we understand where your priority is, and, that urban trail is important, and we'll do it.
Well, it's a twofold thing, Ernesto. It's a twofold thing. It helps get rid of urban blight, which that is a blight.
Yeah.
And it's also a safety factor. You have the standing water in there, guess what? Mosquitoes breed there. Next thing you know, I've got one lady in my park. Her husband happens to be on the Signal Hill Police Department. She contracted West Nile. She's recovering from it now. She's in a wheelchair. So, it is dangerous.
And that comes from the
And it
mosquitoes?
Comes from the mosquitoes. And I don't want to see anybody else affected with this, because it's not a nice sight. This poor lady can't even hardly walk. And a lot of people have died from it. So, we're doing a twofold thing. We're also protecting the people to some degree.
And at the same time, I got to tell you, that storm drain on Bloomfield, I would be very much in favor of doing something on that storm drain and alleviating that problem once and for all.
Oh, yeah, every rainy season, that is a river down there between Carson. Once you get around the curve there, get to almost the major portion of that triangular piece there where the mobile home park is, that is a river.
Yeah. I was going to stalk it last week. Maybe go fishing,
Throw them comments
Because
there, huh?
there's
Those
absolutely
poor
no
people
drainage.
in the mobile home park, I mean, they think they're the unwanted stepchild.
I know,
of gardens,
I
and
know.
we think about them all the time, but they don't know it, And I think, you know what, that, it would help
Yeah.
them out, it would help everything out.
Sure.
Plus, we're looking at liability. If that standing
Yeah.
water sits on Bloomfield and a car hydroplanes and hits something or whatever, we're in trouble.
Well-
So this is kind of like what you said, killing two birds with one stone. I think those people over there, they're complaining that the water is splashing up on their trailer, and rightfully so. But at the same time, what I think I see as a risk manager is I see standing water,
Yeah.
and those cars, that's around a curve, by the way.
That's right.
And
And some of them
you
do
can't
come.
negotiate standing water when you're hydroplaning going around a curve.
Well, some of them
There's no
do
way.
come barreling down through there, too. And I noticed the other day, I had a doctor's appointment and had to go down Bloomfield to go to my doctor's office. The Cypress has already paved their side.
Yeah.
They've already resurfaced their side. So now you've got a double problem, whereas the water's going to still want to come because the tire there is going to be pushed to the lower area, which is our side.
Plus, we need to do a better job than Cypress did because we want to show Cypress. Can we paint the GURB gold or something along the side there?
We just need to get a storm drain in there, basically, more than anything else.
Yeah,
Get
we
it.
could do that. I think that'd be good.
Yeah, I agree. I've been after him for a while about that, to see what we could do, because these poor people over there are just...
They're swamped. When rain season, it's an absolute fiasco out there, and I know it. I've seen it. I've been down there to see it, and it is, I swear to God, I was going to take my boat down there and start up.
Well, you darn near could.
It was bad.
During the rainy season, you could darn near go down there.
And I don't
boat
see
it.
too many, is there a culvert or storm drain around here? I didn't even see
No,
anything like that.
there's no storm drain anywhere except starting up about a block or less from Carson Street on Bloomfield. And I think I saw a little drainage thing there. And then farther on down, there's another drainage type thing, but that's a drainage type thing to drain from the mobile home park, drain it out in the street, I think, or something.
Okay.
So it's, nothing was ever, no thought was ever given to water drainage on that section.
Yeah. So I think that's a viable, that's good money spent, I think.
Yeah.
That's good money spent.
Are we done?
And Ernesto's sitting there gritting his teeth.
No, we're okay there.
Okay.
No, they voted in, so I know they got the money.
Okay, next
I see
item.
our finance director down there is not too, I don't know whether he's,
He got real quiet, real
Damn, Leonard.
I'm sorry, will you ask me a question?
as long as you're not too worried about it.
We're okay.
Are we still on capital projects?
We're somewhere around there.
Is there any other questions regarding any other projects?
I'm cool with that.
So this Christmas decoration, is that where we're at?
Yeah, don't know. Last one.
I know. I mean, what are we buying this time?
That's what I wondered.
Show the mic.
That is a typo there. That should be 4th of July and Memorial Day flags
Street decorations?
that are going up.
4th of July and Memorial
Yes,
Day?
The 4th of July flags that we had about 15 years ago got ripped up, they're no longer with us. So I thought for Memorial Day and for the 4th of July, we've requested new flags.
Oh, okay.
You've seen the few banners that we have up there?
It looks real nice. I've
Yes, I'm
seen it.
looking to get the balance of them.
So these are listed under Christmas
Okay.
decorations.
Yeah, those decorations-
Okay. Christmas in July.
Are you going to use them for Memorial Day? Isn't it this weekend?
They're up
Some
there.
of them are up.
right now.
They're up there.
That's what you've got up there in the center island now, isn't it?
Some of them are
Yeah.
up.
Yeah,
Some of them are up
Just to
now.
buy the remainder of them.
yeah.
Do what I got up there right now, they're staggered poles. One on the east, or one on the north, one on the south, and I'm looking to get 2 on each pole.
Are these also lighted?
Those are not like.
They're not
Well,
lighted.
they're,
Well, the reason I was wondering, it's a high cost here, you know?
oh, no. He's talking about flags, the replacement.
Yeah, yeah. Because I know our Christmas decorations are lighted, and those were quite expensive, too.
Blaine Petra, she's the one that wanted the Christmas decorations.
Yeah,
Hey, no, that was a good idea, because our Christmas decorations had completely worn out. They, you
oh,
know,
yeah.
no, it was time to replace what we had.
Yeah.
Gonna go by the home base and get a couple of homeboys over there with some flashlights and light them.
Yeah.
Decorating, and they had the tinsel wrapped around the phone.
No,
That was it.
Yeah.
So,
what we have now is great.
Give us some
talked
work.
to the city
Okay.
manager.
This will work with the
Nice
flags and
Christmas decorations.
Okay.
I just thought,
And that's been quite a while. It's been
Well,
years.
you know, let's keep our city looking nice with everything,
Yeah.
you know? We're on a roll here. We're moving forward instead of backward for a change.
Oh, yeah.
okay.
That's right.
Yeah, just to update you guys, there's another project there that I think we passed up, is the C. Robert Lee Improvement
Oh, yeah.
Project. $115,000 there for a new set of bleachers in the gym. They're wood, they're old,
Definitely.
really heavy,
Yeah.
and we're needing to maintain them very often.
Oh, the bleachers.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're in terrible
And-
shape.
Also, a new scoreboard. That scoreboard, digital scoreboard in there has been there since, I believe they opened the place.
When you were there?
When I was a kid, yeah. It's been
When
there
I
a
was
long
there,
time.
what do you mean?
That's a long time. You're old.
Every summer we had to open it up and dump the rats out of there. Bad. We've got nachos and everything.
Okay.
What was that, about 1970 something they opened that?
Okay, that's,
And then there's automated basketball lifts, because now that they have to get up there on a ladder and use a drill to put them up.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I'm not too enthused about that. Somebody, you know,
Steve, what do
if
we
that
get-
thing
what do
ever
we get
hung
in
up, somebody's
return
gonna have
for
a
this,
broken
Steve?
arm.
yeah, that's all we need, somebody to fall off.
Wow, that's pretty good, man.
Well, if a twist like this,
maybe thank you at
you
least,
get one of two
equal.
things, a broken arm, plus they fall and crack their heads or something. No, let's do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then we're also going to be repainting some of the basketball floor. It's kind of off-colored, and it needs to be painted, so.
The tennis-
sounds right.
Tennis courts look
Tennis courts are
great.
done, yeah.
Tennis courts look fine. Nobody playing
Not
tennis.
too many people using them, but we did have a training or in-service.
I know.
Right, Steve?
Yeah. Did anybody show up?
Oh,
we-
yeah.
We had some.
Yeah, they had people show up.
I did?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got to promote it more.
I gave them donuts. I can tell you. I had a community meeting over there, and then when we got done and they had donuts left over, I dumped about four dozen donuts out there.
Well, I've been using tennis court to walk, exercise,
Well, the resurfacing of it there looks really great over there.
circles.
Okay.
Okay, are we finished with the capital projects? Do you want to start on the first page now from the beginning of the budget of the general fund?
Madam Mayor, at this time, if you'd like to take a recess, it's 10:45, so maybe a 15-minute recess.
Yeah, I'll give them a chance to change the tape.
Yeah, I'm for that.
Well, that sounds
That's a good idea.
I'll have to visit the boys.
I will call this meeting back in
Nibble.
to order. Which page, Joe?
I don't know.
Take us back to order.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to pick up where we left off? I think we left off finishing off with Joe, right? So we're going to go back to the normal budget without jumping around, skipping around. We'll just go right to page.
Joe's budget is abnormal.
Joe's done.
Yeah, Joe's a jumper anyhow.
Okay, we're going back to the page 17, which is the city council budget.
Hey.
In this particular budget,
17.
page 17, correct. There are no major changes
Why?
unless the council desires to put that in, but you're looking at basically a status quo budget, travel, your meetings, your supplies, expense, auto allowance. It's a very small increase from year to year, primarily in your changes in your benefits and some of your salaries that was adjusted recently.
Doesn't the mayor get more money than the rest of the folks?
It's listed here. If you look down here,
I think she does. I don't think that's reflected right there, Steve.
It isn't?
Uh-uh.
As my staff told me it was.
Under 4085.
Huh?
Councilmember, under line item 4085. It's.
Oh, there you go.
specifies there
expense,
Under the expense category, account number 4085, which is expense of cell phone allowance, the mayor has a larger allocation than the other council members.
Yeah.
Does that answer the question?
yeah, and that wouldn't be happening if I hadn't been going through the book that day and reading it.
Steve,
Listen to that there out there in the TV audience. Heckerman.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Steve, can you give us a year-to-date on 4210, just so the council's aware that
4210.
how much money they're using in that account?
Okay. Let me flip to that page. City attorney, city council.
Travel and meeting.
4210.
I just want you guys to have an idea of how much you're spending. You're not
Taking up
spending.
the executive assistant here.
Okay. As of
That's our secretary.
as of the beginning of May or the end of April, you're at 14,112, and the budget is 50,000.
Wow.
That's not bad at all.
You better go to Boston.
We've been through, no.
Now this shit. $36,000 right there.
Yeah, right.
I think there was some recent,
Yeah,
Oops.
the Palm Springs trip.
yeah, so
Yeah.
you got to take that into consideration. I mean,
Just because we have it doesn't mean we have to spend it.
Well, I'm not saying that. But I am saying.
But it's there for,
Right, I just wanted to make you aware, I know there's been a lot of conferences and stuff that we haven't been attending. So
Yeah.
just to make you aware, you do have sufficient budget to attend.
And I also say that right now we're setting up a mechanism for JPA
yeah.
so that we're not taking my trips out of JPA to Sacramento. They're coming out of the JPA account.
Oh, they are.
So now they're going to, that's what's going to be happening.
Yeah, I just had an email regarding that.
This 14,112 is probably going to go down because of it. If you can believe it.
Right, they're going to reimburse us for.
They're going to reimburse
travel.
us for some stuff.
Good.
so if we're going to move on to the next page,
18.
anything on the city council, any more? We're now at the city administrator's budget, page 18.
Ah, there we are. You're in for it.
Wait, excuse me for a second. We have a cell phone allowance?
On a what? Excuse me?
You have a cell phone allowance?
Yeah,
For you guys?
Huh?
For you.
I've never taken a cell phone allowance. Ever in my life.
Are you talking about the council's budget?
Right.
Well, the category is called expense and cell phone allowance. So,
Right. Well, Councilmember Chait is saying he's never received a cell phone allowance.
it's in your check.
Oh, they just write
Bill
it.
right in.
Yeah,
Well, cell phone rates are going up.
it's not separate. It's in the check. Due to the fact that we use our cell phones for city business and what have you and everything, and we all have our own personal cell phones.
No, we don't.
Well, most of us.
longer.
I do, I got my own personal.
So do I.
Then I guess you wouldn't get the check for the cell phone, huh? Mm-hmm. You better get a cell phone real quick. You know what? You better get a cell phone. Well, I didn't even know we were getting the allowance.
Oh, you didn't?
You know what?
Wow, you
Well,
better
you-
watch out.
Well, I was afraid that they would turn around and I was afraid they'd turn around and ask for our bills, you know.
Yeah, I have my own phone.
Right.
Me too.
I'll take Petra's cell phone allowance if she wants to. What do you think, Petra? That's the mayor's. I got a higher rate too.
Well,
Give me it.
okay, so the next one? What?
Office supplies and special supplies, I don't think we spent
No, you don't, but we just have it there in the event. You know,
Just
we
their
need a
event, yeah.
perfect example.
$1,000
I'm just going to use this as an example. Michi, this year I think we replaced a computer in your office.
Oh, yeah,
because,
my office.
So we leave a little budget for that.
Yeah, and you got a printer in your office. that-
I'm sorry, that's the first thing that came to mind.
Oh, thank you.
Well, like the cartridges to be replaced in the printers and what have you, and things like that, so.
Or
Yeah.
VCR broke
Yeah.
down, so we had to get a new
Yeah.
one and things like that.
Yeah. Need that new barbecue in the back.
That one I never did understand.
They never did understand that. They didn't stay there very long.
We get a lot of
You go
emails,
ahead.
that's for sure.
You're not gonna have it. You eat it. No, you eat it. No, you.
Okay, so we're now to 18?
They need that.
page 18,
Good for you.
city administrator's salary, budget. As you can tell, there is, the staffing remains the same. And just about every single account has pretty much the same amount as last year. I don't see any major increases.
What page?
18.
18.
City administrator.
Ernesto, with all of your traveling about for the city and everything in your own personal vehicles, is 4,200 enough?
That's the vehicle allowance.
That's what I'm saying, for the vehicle allowance.
Yeah, I get the
'Cause I know
same
you
as
do a
everyone
great deal of
else.
traveling.
No, well, irrespective, we get a monthly car allowance, and that's what
Yeah.
I'm entitled to. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to be sure because, God, the cost of gas is going,
There is-
whatever.
Yeah, but there is a budget there for travel and meetings for the travel that I do, but I don't charge the gas
Okay.
or anything. We just get a stipend for
Where's that contract?
it's coming.
We're still waiting for the contract.
Yeah.
The decrease on your utilities and phones on yours.
Because we weren't utilizing the whole amount, and $1,500 was sufficient.
That is sufficient.
Yeah, and actually, most of my accounts, I think I'm very low on, right, Steve?
That's correct. Primarily, your contract services is quite low. But you need to leave it in there in the event the council
Yeah.
decides to do something.
I always believe in
I
having
thought
a
you came
cushion
from
there.
rec. I thought you came from rec. What's wrong with you?
You know what he's alluding to. They want the sky.
Spend the money.
Oh, God.
Just for scoreboards, just for scoreboards and bleachers, you got to do something.
Well, there is a new table and chairs coming into the office. So. And
They bought a Target. They bought a Target. Lowe's. Yeah, it was Lowe's. Got them on the clearance table.
Okay, so the total changes is about 2 to 3% from last year to this year, and a lot of that's based on MOU changes and little things like that, status quo.
Okay.
Page 19 is the city attorney's budget. The city attorney's expenditures are charged to a number of accounts. Redevelopment is one, the city is the other, and a couple other ones. In this particular one, any of the general legal fees that are generic in nature gets charged to this particular account. That was slightly reduced primarily because of the fact that they're underspent right now in this particular account.
God, what a change from a few years back.
Well, I guess Julia Silvia's not a partner. Or else she'd be here with the cash register.
God.
Yeah, you'd probably have to pick her off the floor if you said she was underspent.
Yeah, you're underspent.
Steve, what's the year-to-date on that account?
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed to tell you. It's a little under $4,000. As of April 30th.
Okay, Mary, you can't report that back to John, okay? You cannot report that back.
The bill for today's meeting will certainly make up for that, right?
Keep in mind, this is the general services, specific projects has different areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a rake on those, I think.
Well, at least we know we're getting a fair shake for a change on this.
There's other areas, especially in RDA, where
Yeah.
legal counsel
Yeah.
budget is, well, the expenses.
Well, that's going to be a little bit higher because he's having to do an awful lot of work on that
Right,
recently.
I just say one thing, buy right.
Ah, shut up.
Taking the 14th bite of the apple. Yeah.
That is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. But
I think after we beat him over the head with his next one, he'll probably come back with another one. Hey, I'm suing you again.
well, of course.
I don't think we're ever going to get rid of that Silva guy. I think
what-
we'll be here 20 years from now.
Well, maybe he believes in the old adage, the squeaking wheel gets the grease. God.
His family.
How many times you got to kick that guy around?
Okay, proceeding on to the next page, page 20, is the city clerk's budget, and Sue will discuss her budget.
Yeah, Sue, discuss your budget.
I'm going to discuss my budget.
That's on budget.
Okay, basically, the one change we have, if you'll notice down on the operating costs, a lot of those have gone down. I'm going to go that first, and one has gone up, which is contract services, mainly because we are going to redo the municipal code totally. We don't think it's going to cost any $20,000. The estimate we have now is between 10 and 13, which is good. And in fact, we're going to sign the contract today for that. But we always like to leave a cushion because we do have others. They do the updates and everything as the year goes by. And then, of course, our election services have gone way down. Because we consolidated with the county, we only used $12,000 out of our money that we had, and we had budgeted $35,000, so we only used $12,000, which was very good.
Quite a difference.
Quite a difference, and the stress and wear and tear on us as individuals was fantastically gone, and we appreciated that totally. And hopefully, we can consolidate next year with the county also, and saves a lot. And the only change that we really have is the part-time administrative aide. As you know, I did have a staff assistant too. And because of situations in the department, she requested a transfer, and we did a lateral transfer to Public Works and to Human Resources, where she's being utilized in the abilities that she has. And what we're looking at is, if possible, hiring a part-time administrative aide, only 3 days a week, afternoons from 1 to 5, because basically this would be for filing, computer work. We have to have someone that is computer literate and that has the filing abilities. But our problem is, and I'm going to bring this up because Lucy and I both are basically handicapped. Lucy has MS, as you all know, and I have peripheral neuropathy. Well, I can't get down and do the grunt work. I can't get down and file and get down on my hands and knees to do stuff. And there's a lot of things that we have done recently that really does tax us. The boxes, as you notice, all those boxes out there, Lucy and I did all those boxes. And it's very taxing. And what we need is somebody that's here that we can train to do the work that we need on the computer. We have forms on the computer to do, like the boxes that we just got done for Iron Mountain. Unfortunately, the boxes that had already been done, the person had made a list of everything in the boxes, but did not use our computer-generated. Hold that thought. Did not use our computer-generated forms. Therefore, we had to go back and redo everything over again. We need someone that we can train in there that is able to do this, and we would request him like Tuesday through Thursday. Tuesday to help with setting up council chambers and things like that. Thursdays mainly to help with agendas. And we requested 12 hours, 15 hours max. That would be, and we have one project coming up in July that is a huge project. And the project is revamping the file room totally. The file room has not been fixed or changed since probably the 70s. All these boxes out here right now, the ones that we're shredding, came out of the file room and came out of the vault. That's just the tip of the iceberg. We are going to redo it. We've already got the software. We've got everything ready to go. But we have to have the manpower to do it. Lucy and I have to be in there because it can't be, somebody said, well, how about summer workers or youth workers helping? The problem with youth workers, in fact, we just had a person here that did a lot of boxes that were in a file cabinet, and they're great, but we went through the boxes yesterday, and all they did was whatever the name on the file was, they put in there, and all the files were empty. So we were going to send a box to Iron Mountain if we'd gone just with this list that had been given to us. Oh, well, this needs to go to Iron Mountain because these are claims. Every box was empty. Every file jacket was empty. So the person, when you use summer workers or things like that, we have to go back and redo the job anyway. We were going to try to do a part-time, like Ernesto was going to loan us one of the ladies that works with him and so on. Problem with that is they come in, and then if there's something that they have to do in their department takes priority, and it should. That's not a problem. But I can't count, and like when we start the file room, I have to count on somebody to be there, to be available to, like when we're doing the listing and we're changing file folders and everything, and after it's done, that file room's locked, and everybody has to go through us. We even have a barcode, and we're having a little wand. It's because we're losing contracts now, and this is a huge priority for us. We've done a lot in the last 3 years here. We've got the matrix running, which is thanks to you council members, because that is so great, because the other day I got a call from a lawyer who wanted information on the casino. Before, we go back and go trace everything. Well, we zipped it upon the matrix, and we had it printed out and mailed to him that same day. So we've come a long way in bringing the clerk's office in the 21st century. Lucy and I physically cannot handle it on a full-time basis. That's why we need a part-timer. We're looking toward someone who, in this administrative aid, is the lowest position in the MOU. It's like $10 an hour. We've thought of contracting it out. Contracting it out is $23.50 an hour, plus it has to be a minimum 15 hours. And we would like someone that's here, because like right now I have a stack in my office of files to make labels for and to get filed. But I'm between getting the boxes done and with the agendas and with the minutes and everything, that's not a priority. And so what we're asking is someone who is here. That would be the majority of the work, is the filing, the making file folders, basic helping us to get everything taken care of here. And that's what we were requesting.
3 days a week?
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours a day?
4 hours a day.
Oh, that's not bad.
No.
Ernesto, if we looked at somebody hired as opposed to contracting, or if we brought some, would that over a period of time come up to about the same as we pay for contract services?
Well, there's a big difference.
Well, I'm saying, as far as is there a minimum, what's the minimum as far as what we have to provide for medical expenses and things like that on part-timers?
It is, if they work 14 hours a week or more, then they're entitled to benefits.
That's the reason I was asking if
Right.
these benefits and everything added in with that salary would then come close to what we'd be paying a contract.
Right. Absolutely right. Right. The clerk department's requesting assistance for 12 hours a week. We did discuss and talk about this same issue. My concern, and just to give everyone a little feedback, I have been approached by council, several council members, and the concern to keep hiring employees keeps coming up. And I know, just because we have more money in the budget, we have more resources, doesn't mean that we have to hire more staff. I completely agree. There is a need in the clerk's office. There's some pending projects. Like I said, and Sue stated, we did explore the possibility of contracting out. We can definitely go with that option. The benefit of that option is a lot of times we get higher experienced and more qualified people.
Yeah.
It's a little more expensive, but guess what? Once they're done with the project,
Well, that's a department where we need qualified people.
Right.
We're talking about the
technical
records of the
expertise
city.
is probably, it is much higher. They usually when we hire contract employees, we go through employment agencies. They have to get tested. Their typing speed, their knowledge and experience of different softwares, Microsoft Word, Excel. So you usually get a really high quality employee most of the time. We've been very fortunate in the city. I think all the ones we've hired, we've ended up hiring for the city.
If you would get somebody from another section or department to help them, wouldn't they consider that as one of the out-of-class pay?
We were taking the staff assistant too, because she has been transferred. So her money is now out of our department, and we were requesting an administrative aid, which is about $10 an hour. So everybody here that is in other departments makes more than that. They would not want to come in our department for that amount, part-time. And the other is that, yes, we could possibly get a better type of person as a contract, but it's $23.80 an hour, minimum 15 hours a week, compared to $10 an hour, 12 hours a week. And what we were looking at is, as usually you could find somebody like that through a college that doesn't, like an interim type basis, that's learning just general filing, general things. Because I know that we just don't have anybody here that would say, hey, I'll go over there and work for $10 an hour. Not when they're making $14 to $18 an hour as is.
I
And
only have an
minimum.
online class this summer. I'd be willing to work for diesel. That's the reason I have the online class this summer. I can't afford to drive back and forth to campus.
Well,
I'm just kidding. I'm here as a-
to me, I think if you flew a position like that, you'd probably get a response. Just from people who just want to get their foot in the door. Okay, it's an opportunity for people to see how they work and that kind of thing. And I know we do that a lot. In just about all the departments. And I just get concerned that people kind of like go through a department through like a revolving door. I don't, if you hire somebody, they're going to have a probation period, I hope. And I hope we're all aware of the probationary period. And if you don't like them, then you can deal with it. But, if you go past your probation period, okay, it's going to be more difficult for you to do anything, unless you go through a progressive disciplinary procedure. With that in mind, I really don't like to see the city contract out. To me, it just, you know, if there's a need in the department, I think there's a need in the department. And I'm not sure exactly like Councilwoman Canada said that, you know, if you get somebody on an existing department, I mean, what would happen? Well, you know, even if they're already an employee and they want to break in at 12 more hours a week, I think there might be some employees who might want to do that. There might be, you know, the pool of employees down in human services. There might be somebody down there that might want to do that, okay? And there should be some kind of mechanism for them to do something like that. I would think that would be our first option. I think we have an onus to our own folks, you know, our own employees, to help them out in some kind of way. And if we have hours available for them, we should try to do that. I don't know. I just think it's probably easier on us altogether if we, you know, maybe with, you know, flying it in-house, it would be easier for us to adequately fill the position.
But my question too is the need there for someone to be there the 12 hours for the next 5 or 6 years, or is the need there for special projects that have to be done, like you're saying, the filing, and then what do they do after that?
We have something every day to be done, not full-time, but we do need help almost every day. There's, like right now, the meeting that was Tuesday night, the intern or the part-timer would be taking care of processing. Just because after we have a meeting, after the mayor signs everything, there is a process that has to go through to certify everything. It's all sitting on my desk still because I haven't been able to certify it yet. So like Wednesdays, there would definitely be things. Thursdays, agendas. We have ongoing projects. The file room is just the one I'm talking about now. But after that, we have other projects. But we're going to just do one at a time until we get everything taken care of. And I have absolutely no problem with flying it in-house. I didn't think anybody would be interested because of the pay scale. But the other thing I do request is that they do be enough training on the computer and filing and the numbering system, because that's where we have a problem. People come in and we put them in, and then we have to train them, and sometimes it doesn't work. And so, in this day and age, though, for the most part, I'd say probably everybody that's in recreation has computer knowledge. And they would have to learn our system and our things. But when we have somebody that we know can be here, like right now, with Lucy and I, the only two here, if I have to run out to do something, she has to wait to take lunch till, like, if I'm out posting or whatever. We always try to keep the office covered. And right now, we're unable to keep the office covered every day, which is, it's not a problem because I'm on my cell phone. I tell them, if I tell them up front I'm leaving, Lucy's gone, but if you need me for anything, call me on my cell phone. I'm here in the city. I'll be right back. But the thing is, like I said, we do not have work for somebody 8 hours a day or 5 days a week. We don't. But for 3 days a week, yes, we would, because the things start. Like I said, I have a list. Like I have a basket literally this thick right now, and all of a sudden, but Joe's department, they'll bring me a whole bunch of folders that they have had out, a whole bunch of contracts here. And so they're in my office too, because it takes time to go back, and when you're filing, you can't just go shove them in a slot. We have found things shoved in slots lately. We have to, and that's what we're trying to eliminate.
Yeah. So
we want somebody that's able to do this, and yes, I would fly it in-house without a problem. That would be fine.
Now, I'm assuming that if you flew it and people were interested, that there would be some sort of a test before they were ever considered, because it would have to be somebody certainly that's computer literate, that's easily trainable, that understands whatever, because we are talking about the records of this city, and I want to be very cautious on that end.
I don't know. I think maybe contracting I mean, they have temporary agencies where they have people already office literate.
Right. Well, the thing with contracting, though, is, like I said, our position would be approximately $10 an hour, 12 hours a week. Theirs is $23.80 an hour. That's for what we need them, $23.80 an hour, minimum 15 hours a week. So we could have a person for the whole year, full, in there, compared to contracting out would be like 8 months if we had to use someone. In other words, we would have somebody 12 months for $10 an hour, where the other would be half that time for the amount that we have to pay.
Well, if we could keep it in-house, it wouldn't necessarily then be going out and trying to hire somebody new off the street or something, so I don't know. I don't know what the rest of council thinks on it.
Those are the only changes.
Yes.
Contracting is 23 what?
$23.80 an hour, minimum 15 hours a week.
And you're asking for
Administrative aid, which is approximately $10.20 an hour, 12 hours a week.
Now, what about if a
Part-time.
rec person applied? They'd be on their contract, right? They would get the same hourly wage, right?
No.
Not if it's from our department, no.
Not if it's from
No.
your department. They wouldn't
No.
get the higher grade.
No, because they wouldn't be a staff assistant 1 or a staff assistant 2 for us. They would be an administrative aid.
Okay, so if let's say a rec leader were to apply, okay, at, what do they get paid? 10 something an hour?
They start at 10-11, which
So
is
you
step
figure
A.
10, 11 an hour, and you're talking how much?
It's around 10, 11 hours, the same amount. 10,
Okay,
20.
so, what I seen up here, and I'm sure that, for a full-timer, it's more in the way of fringes, okay, percentage-wise. But even with a generous judgment of 50% fringe, which I seen up on the board, true, Mr. Klotsky?
Yes, pretty close.
50% fringe, that's what I seen.
Yep.
Okay? Part-timer's not going to be 50% fringe. Part-timer's probably going to be around, 35%?
Yeah, they have a smaller percentage because of the nature of their benefits, but it won't be 50%.
Yeah, it'll be about 35 maybe?
I'd have to
30,
check that out. but
20?
I'd have to check it out, but you're probably correct.
Yeah, so if you said 35, okay, and you're talking $10 an hour, you're talking let's say it's 35%, that's $3.50. So you take $3.50 and you add it to 10, it's $13.50, as opposed to $23.80 contracting. And you can have the person here all the time. And you give somebody more work.
The only request we would have if it was somebody from in-house is that it is our schedule, and because we're requesting them from 1 to 5, Tuesday
Right.
through Thursday, yes.
Right. So you're going to save the way I look at it, you're going to save $10.31 an hour.
It's worth a try. Worth a try to save some money here, but I want to make sure that we're assured that we're going to get a person in there that knows what they're doing,
Right.
and not just guessing at it. That some sort of a pre-test is done before that person is ever put in that position.
Well, I'm sure Steve's got some people over there that he's hired that they're very competent. Right, Steve?
I think there are some that are capable, and also we are
Whether they want it or
hiring,
not, I don't
we're hiring some seasonal employees as well, so we're going to have the whole summer to see how some of these employees
Maybe
might
we
work
could hire
out.
seasonal for now to see if they're any good and then kick them
Well,
into gear.
Here's
Never
another
know.
here's another thought too. They go into this position and what have you and everything, and as time goes on, there's a
That'd be better.
possibility they can work into another position. So that
Well, why don't
at
we
least
do
they're
that?
getting that experience as opposed to over there at the rec center and what have you.
Yeah, let's
So-
pull up Public Works.
Okay.
Joe? Oh, there he is. Let's pull up Public Works. You know what? They only hire seasonal folks to see how they work.
It's true.
Thank God. Okay? Unless they work for rec and they already know they bust their butt. Then they give them a shirt immediately. Right, Joe? That's what happens, buddy. Okay? They know who works, and they don't want any slouches. That's why they do the seasonal thing. Okay? The guys don't work out, they get the boot. They work out, they got an opportunity. Same thing I'd say good for city clerks. Hire them seasonal for now, see how they work. Okay, if that's the case, you know, I would open it in-house first, and then go seasonal.
Definitely.
If that person doesn't work out, give the opportunity to the employees first. Okay? Don't give it to Glenn.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
He'll be all messed up. Eh?
Well, we can certainly give it a try, and if it doesn't work, then we have...
give the opportunity to the folks in-house first,
right.
and then if it doesn't work out, then go outside, catch seasonal, okay? See how it works, hire somebody. If they don't work good, then, you know, hey, say goodbye and then open it up again seasonal.
Yeah.
But if I were you, I would go in-house first. There might be somebody who might want to do something like that or move to City Hall or is capable of doing it that might want to get their foot in the door. And we should give our opportunity to our fellow brothers.
Yeah,
and
they might
sisters.
want to know what's in behind those hollowed doors. Yeah, right. Little do they realize.
That sounds fine.
Okay.
It would work really well.
For budgetary clarification, you're basically accepting what is presented to you in the proposed budget? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. No changes then. Okay, the next page is page 21. The Finance Department.
Yes, your department.
Yes.
Oh, there's a department.
Okay.
Let's look this carefully now.
You better look at this real close.
I made it easy for you. I made it real easy for you.
Yeah, that's what
There's
we're scared
basically
of.
one little change in there. And that's, I am budgeting a little bit more in contract services because I'm recommending that we use a debit credit card machine and a service with the bank to permit people to pay certain bills on site with their plastic.
Other cities have been doing it. It's about time we looked at it.
So that's
I don't
basically
see-
the only
I don't see
change.
reaction on Joe Colombo. He's just sitting there like.
I know
Should be
community
jumping
development
up and
like
down
that.
going nuts. Colombo.
Would shut the other two.
We've been talking about doing this for some time. We get a lot of requests in our department, being that we have a lot of fees through code enforcement and building, and they'd rather pay with the credit card. A lot of folks want to go on a payment plan, and we just can't do any payment plans. We can't act as a bank. So we made a request that we bring a credit card system, and so that people can pay with the credit card.
Well, the world's going plastic anyhow, for God's sake. Some places look at you like you're nuts if you want to pay with cash.
Just ask Glenn. He'd just give you the card just to use it.
And eventually, when we do have a website up and operating, and then you would be able to pull certain permits off the web, then you'll also be able to pay with the credit card.
That's correct. Eventually, we hope to make the system compatible with the website where people can do that. And basically, every other single line item is pretty much consistent with the last year's budget.
Yeah? Okay.
Any further questions on the finance department?
There's no city council watchdog group on the finance?
Did you want one?
Hey, you call San Marino, I know.
Don't
Take it out of budget.
give anyone any ideas, Leonard.
Should be a category there somewhere.
God. I'd be writing emails. Look what they're doing now.
You're in violation of Brown Act. I've seen them on tape.
God.
Okay. Page 22 is our catch-all department called the non-departmental department. These are charges that basically has no easy way to distribute amongst other divisions, departments, or it's just generally citywide charges. Insurances primarily. and a number of issues, and you're all lined out in the bottom of page 22 and page 23. It's a fairly significant size department, so you may want to take a close look at that.
Wow. The city newsletter's gone up. We need to do something about that city newsletter, too. I mean,
We've requested an increase there because we want to go full color. And if you notice, actually, we already had a budget for it, but I am also working with a PR firm to help us do some better write-ups.
yeah, because right now, that thing is atrocious. I mean,
Right.
God.
$70,000 for a newsletter?
Yep.
No, it's out every month, so you figure it's out every month.
Yeah, that's a hell of a lot of money.
Betty, the cost of things have gone up, you know.
It sure has.
It's worth it to keep the people informed. That's the major thing. That was a major reason I expressed my desire to have the newsletter back in the city to begin with, was to have the people out there informed about what's available for them and let them know what's happening within the city. That's another thing, articles that we need to put, what we're doing, what the city is doing for them, so on and so forth, without putting us as a council into it or whatever,
Yeah,
But-
it comes out to approximately about $1.30 per newsletter per month.
Yeah.
So you're informing your constituents for $1.30. It's a good way to.
Well, an informed constituency is a better constituency to deal with,
Yeah, that way they don't run.
Then when they come up and chew us out, they know what they're talking about.
That includes a postage on the newsletter?
Yeah. The post. Steve, can I have a year-to-date on 4102, please?
4102.
That's the account number you guys utilize for your donations.
41.2, the advertising and promotion.
Right.
Okay, year-to-date, as of April 30th, is $41,259.
Also included in that budget is a PR firm at approximately $20,000. So just to
PR
give you an
firm?
idea
The money over, yeah, good.
of where you're
We're
at.
still in the plus then.
Right.
Oh, he jumped back to.
Speaking of PR, now you've touched on another subject that I've been pushing for a long time.
I have the proposal in my office, and we've met several times actually with Croshaw printers. I'm sure some of you guys may know them. They're a union printer in Long Beach, and he has some very good contacts, and we're actually trying to negotiate something.
Yeah, because I would dearly love to see us have what other cities have. They have a PR person who gets a rapport going with these reporters. Therefore, they're better able to get stories printed in the newspaper that are really, that make us look a little better.
Well, I think we're finally there to the point where we have contacted the right PR firm. They have contacts with the local papers and all, but it is pricey. So we're going to pay for it.
But the thing is that, we need to do something to counteract some of these reports that have gone and some of these things that have been printed in the newspaper, which are totally untrue in some cases.
That's right.
We keep Glenn Cornell away from the mic.
Yeah.
Gangsters.
Yeah.
We'll be all right. Yeah, I believe it.
Is he still around?
I haven't seen an article by him in a long time.
Over there in the red shirt. He's right
gone.
there.
He's not there no more?
Hijo.
They finally got Weiss and fired. Yeah.
He's not with the Press Telegram anymore? When did they get rid of him? Recently.
Have you seen any stories with his byline lately?
He's gone.
He's a supervisor for the rec department, I think.
If you don't know about Joseph Grill, he retired.
Thank God.
I think he got switched. Got a different assignment.
He handed me the hat.
Yeah, handed you.
If anybody could do a hatchet job on the city, he was capable of doing so.
He gave it to Glenn so he could do it.
Anyway, he just didn't like us, didn't he?
The gangsters are going to break in. We got a lot of gangs in town.
Again, in this particular department, There was a small contingency of $50,000 for unexpected expenses. And we're also purchasing the CDBG funds out of this particular account, $382,000. Yeah, 382. And all the utilities are charged here, insurances and whatnot.
And also included in this budget is our new webpage that we should probably be seeing within 2 weeks. They're pretty much done with it. We're just finalizing the last. And gave it a little new look.
Yeah, I've been checking it there periodically and seeing some of the changes that are taking place on it.
There are some restaurants listed on it that no longer exist.
Yeah, we're finalizing all the upgrades. And
There's some outdated information on there that needs to be updated.
I think you had Loopy still as a mayor.
to quit.
Yeah, Petra's request.
What's going on with the Chamber of Commerce? You have 40,000 in here.
What?
Startup cost, Chamber of Commerce. We're actually serious.
we attempted on numerous occasions to try and get that program started, but just the business owners are really reluctant.
Yeah, I heard the last time I had one here, they darn near killed each other in the city. Instead of working together. Oh, God. I don't think they knew what the concept was.
So you got $90,000 in unexpected. Nothing like freeing up general fund money, that's what I always say. Sure need that park down through the middle of town.
Leonard's making notes.
It's adding up, folks.
Yeah, I see that.
50 and 40s, 90 to me.
Oh,
I could
God.
buy a couple of picnic benches along Juan Avenue between Joliet.
Yeah.
Legislative advocate? Okay.
Joe's not listening. He chooses not to listen to that one.
You got two of them sitting next to each other.
You're like, oh, let's talk. Let's not listen to this guy.
Okay.
I'll have to think about that.
What are you saying? Hey, watch the tape, Joe. You get it.
And so what's travel and meetings for non-departmental? I can't even talk.
Non-departmental?
Yeah. Sorry.
Easy for you, say.
Who uses that?
That's another $5,000. Yeah, it's $95,000. Keep going, Richie. I love you.
Who uses
We'll
that?
build that park yet.
4210?
4210, yeah.
Actually, what comes to mind offhand is Bashir attends several conferences throughout the year relating to media, and that's the account we charge you to.
Well, we definitely want to keep him up to date.
Okay,
Yeah.
but sure goes to.
Yeah, we spent about 1,400 hours to date as of April 30th.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, that's a typo there on that.
Which one?
The startup cost for the Chamber of Commerce, that shouldn't be in there, so Leonard is right that they can transfer that money.
I didn't know that we were really serious about a chamber that anybody really wanted to have at work.
You guys, yeah.
We did, but I mean, nothing happened.
Well, yeah, it would have been nice, but unfortunately, I don't think the attitude has changed in this city regarding chambers and what have you and everything. And you got people fighting each other rather than working with each other.
Delete that line item out and put that back into the general fund account.
Yeah, that'd take care of some of the studies for that park. Right?
Well, we just keep digging here, Leonard.
Did I hear a budget adjustment?
You said her eyes are bad, but I don't know. They're not pretty good to me.
Looking real
I don't know, man. She's picking you guys. She's killing you guys right now.
Well, Mayor and Council, just so you know, for example, the unexpected expenses, I don't think we spent a dime from there. So, I mean, we're we're not taking advantage of the fact that we have the money there. We're not doing.
No, but at least you're covered there in case you do need
We'll
it.
take it. in case you don't do it.
And part of the reason why I wanted to put that amount there at last budget was, our video system runs 24 hours a day. We have
You need
equipment
it for track
breaking
cams,
all the time. So
Yeah.
if our budget runs out, then at least we have a little bit of
Yeah, a
cushion
little
there.
cushion there for it, yeah.
What's the balance, Steve, on that unexpected
Unexpected
expenses?
expenses. A balance of spent to date is 0.
Yeah, it's-
And the special
Got 50
supplies,
grand?
is that for Bashir too?
We have 50 grand
Yes.
budgeted this year, and we haven't spent a dime.
But it's there in case it's needed.
We just
It's
carry
there in
the
case
same
it's
on next year.
needed, right.
Well,
Instead of taking mine, you should have taken that one.
Yeah, you got it, Joe.
Well, we're getting
Well,
to yours.
Maybe we could just switch it and give it to Joe this year. I mean, since poor guy took it in the shorts.
no, I agree there because, I keep monitoring Channel 36 all the time to see what's happening with it, and sometimes I see it stuck, nothing happening. The equipment breaks down, what have you, and I have to call City Hall and request them to check it out and what have you. And, for me, it would seem that it's an embarrassment because I do know there are a number of people that do watch Channel 36 diligently because I get contacted by them every now and then, this or that. Oh, I saw the council meeting and I want to ask a question about this or that. So I do know what they're watching. So I want to make sure that that thing is doing what it's supposed to be doing and showing what it's supposed to be showing when it's supposed to be doing so. And if we don't have the equipment up to snuff, we're not going to be able to do it.
So except for that one change of eliminating the startup of the chamber, we're pretty much up to okay with this non-departmental budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I can see.
Anything else, Mitchie?
Page 20.
I'm waiting. I got my pen out.
We're not done yet.
Let me switch places with you, Betty, so I can add it up. I got the calculator right here. I'm sitting right next to Michi. We're going to add it all up.
Okay, page 24.
That's the same stuff as last year.
Yeah, contract service, car club,
Yeah.
Yeah, that hasn't changed.
no changes. The next budget is page 25, the personnel department. There were some slight changes made here, and that's primarily an allocation of a 25% of a staff assistant of the position that was transferred out of the city clerk's office. More or less everything else stayed the same. Any questions?
Yeah, he doesn't go to very many travel and meetings.
What's that?
He doesn't go to very many travel and meetings, huh?
He's too busy to go.
I mean, I was just wondering, because Bashir's like $5,000. This one's $1,500.
Right. No, Bob has enrolled in the labor relations personnel group, and he will be attending that conference at the very minimum. But yeah, he hasn't attended any this past year.
Yeah, because that seems awfully low. $1,500 is awfully low for that guy.
Wouldn't staff development be under travel and meetings? Or is that it?
No, staff development's when we send our employees out for training also.
Employees?
Or maybe we hire a consultant to come in and do the training here.
Okay.
So no further question on the staff changes and other line items. Moving forward to page 26. This is community service or public safety department. This is where most of your sheriff costs was charged to. And if there's any questions, we have a representative from the department here.
What page you on?
26.
26.
for next
It's
week.
26.
We're not anticipating any special police coverage, huh?
No, it's a slight increased cost of living and law enforcement and dedicated. That's about it.
Is
These
it
are all
the,
expense.
did the controller pass out his standard charges yet? Have they come to us from the county?
No, not yet. It was my understanding that it was going before the board for a 5% increase on law enforcement. But I haven't received anything yet. Animal control, which also comes out of here, they're estimating a 6% increase. So, but I should be getting that increase as far as how much increase we have for animal control. But as far as law enforcement is concerned, I haven't heard, I haven't received anything yet on that.
Okay. Code enforcement? We do have a request to change here by community development. On this particular department, the community relations officer is now transferred to the code enforcement division. So we are requesting a change here.
Is anybody monitoring animal control, by the way?
We, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we have had several complaints with county animal control. They have been non-responsive on several occasions, and we did have a chance, an opportunity to meet with them. There was a recommendation made that our level of service be increased because it is at a pretty much minimum now. So we were
Most
gonna,
pretty much minimum and nil sometimes.
exactly. And Colombo, do you remember that meeting with the animal control? Do you want to kind of update them, just so they know?
Yeah, I met with the Animal Control Department, and basically they did apologize for the couple occasions where they did not show up and pick up the dead animals, but
But we're still paying them.
But from what I understand, though, the way their department runs, they run pretty thin. They have this one officer that covers a very wide region, so it does take them quite some time to get here.
Yeah, it took them 3 days to get out there to pick up my dog after it was killed.
There's one guy that services 3 cities. So they had recommended that we increase the service. I'm not sure if that's reflected in the budget or not, but that was their recommendation, that we increase the service so that we could have an actual additional personnel here in the
Well,
city.
my
If we
feel,
increase their service, will we get the minimum service?
that's what I'm worried about.
That was my point.
That's what I'm worried about.
We weren't getting the services we were paying for, so we wanted to give it a little time before I actually did the actual request to increase it.
Is there not another animal
Siaka?
control outfit out
There's
there
several.
somewhere?
Siaka, City of
Why don't we look into them and see if we might get better coverage?
Probably will.
Because we have gone through this in the past with animal control. We've gotten apologies from them in the past, so on and so forth, and then still go right on doing what they're doing, and they're getting paid. Well, the apology is worth what? How much to them now?
We don't want an apology, we want reimbursement.
Well,
You know,
If you'd like,
Give us a
council, we can definitely look into another service
I'm
provider.
sorry, but, you know, I see so many things, so many programs that county has that just are not meeting what the expectations are. So,
So
I
what
think
they're
they budgeted up
saying,
with the county flood control district.
what they're saying is that they have only one person covering
Several cities.
certain areas.
That was the reasoning we were
It took
given.
them 3 days to come and pick up the dead dog.
It's taken
It
longer
seems
than
to
that
me
on
like
some
they got a
occasions.
problem. It's not our
Well, you know-
problem.
I also heard, and I don't know if it's true, that if there's a stray dog in the street, they don't pick it up unless it's cornered somewhere or confined someplace.
You have to rope them yourself.
Oh, my God.
oh, that's good. Animal control has you do their job for them. Okay.
If the dog happens to go into the yard, they will not go into the yard and get the dog at all.
We need to look for somebody else.
So if they're running on the street,
What, they have something against range chickens? Definitely, let's find someone else and get a better quality service.
We'll do that.
God.
I'd pick up the chicken. I mean,
Yeah, they-
give me a call.
they
God.
just
Ain't
feather
nothing
it
like
and
fresh chicken.
fry it.
You know, I've had at least the last 3-4 years that I know of, we've gone through these meetings and everything, and animal control has been a sore spot.
We need more money than we just
So,
Call Siaka or the city of Long Beach.
Thank you.
I don't care how good looking the animal control officer.
Aren't they supposed to kind of patrol, like, the cities and pick up stray dogs? And there's a whole bunch of them in Hawaiian
I'm
Gardens.
going to be honest with you. There was a time that we did have an animal control officer, but he was like trying to be another sheriff here in town, and we had a complaint because of that, because he was intervening with he was trying to help the sheriffs, but he was more getting in the way than anything, so.
watch out, here comes the Lone Ranger.
Is that the one that wanted to have me arrested?
Oh, God.
When it rains, it pours, folks.
What species of animal are you?
I don't know. Dead dog, I guess. I don't know. The one coverage that we have from our animal control is from Whittier to the county line here in Hawaiian Gardens.
Well,
He's covering from Whittier into
I think
Alvarado.
if we get a new group in here and everything, we're going to be a lot better off.
Yeah, so
They
if
pick
you
up
have a
stray
pit
cats
bull,
too, don't they?
Yeah.
if you have a
Just-
pit bull at Ferguson
If they
School,
come,
it'll
yeah.
take them about
If you have a-
45 minutes to get here.
You have them leashed.
Just so you know, there was a dead dog laying in front of the casino at the entrance on a Sunday, and I called it in on Monday, and I called it in on Tuesday, and they finally came, and then I told Mr. Colombo about it because he has the cell phone number of someone who cares, and they came and picked it up, but it laid right at the entrance of our casino for 2 days, and actually the dog came over here from Civic Center Drive, but the point is, it laid there for 2 days.
Well, I think I heard he lost at a 5-card draw, so I like
Well, you know, that's personal with me as far as that thing about the, you know,
Well, you know,
most of the council knew of my dog and everything. He was a family member, you know. Every time you'd sit down, if you came over to my house and sat in a chair, you were liable to be licked to death.
Yeah.
You know, he was a family member, and that hurt to see that dog laying there in that box for 3 days. And to think, you know, that's me personally. What about these other people out there? They have animals. They're a family pet. They're part of that family, and I want to see them get the service they're supposed to be getting.
They can pick up stray cats, don't they?
Yes, they do. I called them one time. I had a whole bunch of stray cats in my yard. And I had to chase those cats all over the place and put them in a box because they wouldn't do it.
Yes,
They told me you have to get the cats.
We know what Petra's menagerie.
Gee, Petra. I wonder why I said that, Petra.
They seem to have an affinity to Petra's place.
I think if they went to 12521,
Oh, my God.
you might find something on 221st Street.
I had about 7 or 8 cats in my yard. You know, I only started with 2.
Bob said he fed them this morning.
All these stray cats came around to
There's
eat.
2 cats, but I don't know why they keep coming back. I
And
just put a bowl of food out there for them.
Well,
But
that
you
was
have
for
to-
my
You
cat.
have to have them corralled too before they pick them up.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you wouldn't want them straining
So it took me
themselves
about
and
an hour
running
to
after it, would you?
get those cats and put them in a box.
Oh, the phone calls are going to be coming in and we're having too much fun.
This is being taped, right?
Yep. We'll be in trouble by Monday, I'm sure.
No.
Area E,
Area E's, okay.
Area E.
On that Area E, are we still running ongoing training and what have you for in the event of
Yes, we
emergencies?
are. As a matter of fact, we have some mandatory upcoming training that's going to be taking on what dates?
First one is going next Wednesday, and I'm scheduling.
Right, accordingly. We got a year to comply, right? Yeah, but the city has to make a good faith effort to get everyone trained, and it is a requirement for all city employees to be trained, so.
Because, you know, I'm sure that probably the worst we would expect here would probably be a devastating earthquake, but then we're talking about the loss of gas, electricity, and water, and so on and so forth, and whether we have our facilities, have people trained to be able to get the people over here to our facilities, and so on and so forth. Do like they do in the airports and so on and so forth, a live deal,
Our staff has been very involved with the whole process, so we're on top of that.
Good. Well, just want to make sure that we're ready to go if something happens.
Yeah, scary thing is I heard they were trying to train Joe Colombo to get on the skip loader. They started yesterday, and we all took pictures of it, and we all hit the hills. He said, "Oh man."
Oh, God.
I thought he hurt himself. I really did. And don't let him turn the key. Wasn't facing the wrong way.
And excursions?
He didn't know the seat.
That budget amount was put there. If you recall, last year there was a request by the County Sheriff's Department to send some kids to camp.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what that money's for.
So, all right.
Which one? Special support? Which one is it?
The excursions, under
That
excursions.
4208 excursions, community services, on page 27. All
Oh, okay. That's good.
right.
Okay, page 28 is the Public Safety Commission.
Wait a minute, I have a question.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Uh-oh. Get out my calculator.
Put your mic down where they can hear you.
Under the community service, travel and meetings went up $4,000.
Right. We have Neighborhood Watch, and we have the monthly task force meetings, too. So a lot of the money there
Yeah.
goes to buy the refreshments for the meetings and stuff.
Yeah, they have them in here every,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have them once a month, at least.
They call it
I
tamalero
just
in.
thought maybe our
Right?
community relations officer was going traveling.
Why are you going to call tamalero in next time so they can get tamales?
I'm looking, Leonard.
Yeah, that's what I say. That'll get the task force in here.
okay. Where are we now?
We're on page
29?
Page 28,
28.
No change there.
Right, no
All right.
change.
All right.
page 29.
29.
Sorry. Let me bring a point up that wasn't included in this budget. Request made by the Public Works Director to convert his
Uh-oh.
part-time workers into one full-time worker. And basically, that's a push on the salary side, and a slight increase on the benefit side. If you notice, on the part-time salary, you have $49,283. The request is to convert this to a full-time, and that's basically the fee for a maintenance worker. As you can tell from the schedule on the salaries, it's about $48,000. So the request is in, however, it didn't show up on this particular proposed budget.
And Council, just so you know, we did have discussions, lengthy discussions about the request, and direction was clear on my behalf that if we do make this position full-time, that we would not be replacing the other part-time position that we're losing. So in other words, we're promoting a part-timer to full-timer.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we're going to have two part-timers within the department.
Oh, I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
we're not filling in.
We're not going to fill the
Taking a
part-timer.
dollar, okay.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to see us,
Union should be happy with that one, right? They're actually getting a full-time position instead of a part-time, right?
Well, as it stands right now, and realistically,
Should have bartered an
he has
arbitration
been
for that
working
one.
full-time anyway. The part-timer,
Oh, no, Leonard, shut up.
I have been throwing him with the 75 hours per pay period that him and I bump
So
heads about.
mistreated.
So, being
Mistreated.
realistic about it, I mean, the work is out there, the graffiti's out there, I can't stop it, and so that's why I'm requesting it. I won't get another replacement, I know that, but that's, not unless you guys want to give me another one.
Okay, you'll come back next year and
I'll
ask
take
for
it.
it. It's all
I'll
right.
take it.
how many people we have
Pick what
working
you
in
can
Public
get.
Works
I mean,
now?
out of the 10 staff members that I have, 3 of them are working the facilities. One works Leeware, one works C. Robert Lee, one works City Hall.
And just so you know, we have contracted some of the maintenance out, especially the floors, because the three guys, they have their hands full.
See that?
But you have 10 people on staff plus your supervisory personnel and everything? Or is that including supervisory personnel too?
Does that include what?
The supervisory personnel and also, you know?
Well, they're numbered here.
Hey, maybe they should drop that October
10 total.
The as far as the count goes,
And
well, there'd be 11 because he's a working supervisor.
Yeah, well, I know he's a working supervisor.
Right.
Get a full-time position and save money too.
So in 9/10 of a mile, we're not doing too badly. We got pretty good staff.
Well, we're able to do the things that we
I love Local 36.
haven't done for many years. If you
Yeah.
notice, again, Carson is looking,
Oh, I see you guys
Really
out there
good.
doing a bang-up job all the time, Joe. You know,
we're
so.
painting our poles now, keeping up with, doing better than Lakewood. If you notice, Centralia and Norwalk Boulevard, we have yellow poles. Lakewood has ugly poles, so that's good. You know, it used to be the other way around,
Yeah.
so that's
Yeah, it's
where we're
pretty
at
good
with
Czechoslovakian. though. I think
that. Yeah.
Well,
Well, I say they should hire a part-time to a full-time. One of them works overtime, so we're still paying for the overtime. So what is the difference?
Well, yes, I don't drag it into overtime because then he'll really beat me. But I do work in I'll be honest, the 75 hours because we need him there. But as far as overtime, I don't go that far. Even on the block cleanups, I try to regulate it where if he's going to work a Saturday, it'll still be evened out to 75 hours.
so you take these two full-time, they go to the next salary step?
no, just one.
Just one,
Just one.
Oh, just
part-time.
one part-timer is going to
Right.
full-time?
yes,
All right.
just one.
Okay.
Ernesto's like, oh.
What are you doing?
Well, we had a
job, right?
Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion on it, and
Yeah.
I guess he got tired of hearing me. Yeah.
Well, he,
No, I
he's a
understand.
man.
No, I understand, and I'm supportive of the need. My only concern is, like I stated earlier, just because we have more money doesn't mean we're going to be hiring more people.
True.
That's
Yeah.
bottom line.
well, we don't want to overdo it in hiring anyhow and then overburden ourselves with more employees than we can handle.
Yeah, but we are really hiring a half a person more, right? And then
Yeah.
throwing in the Benny.
Yeah.
I just want to make that clear to
Right.
Local 36 who's out here.
Yeah, right, Local 36.
I want to make sure
Listening
Local
to
36
them.
understands this, and
And
that
Local
they didn't have to
36
negotiate anything
Right.
for this.
And then 36 knows that we were up at 15 staff members many, many years ago. So I haven't hit that goal yet.
No.
Yeah, that's when you had the chain gang, though.
hit it.
That's when you had the chain gang, homeboy.
Doesn't hurt to try.
That's different, eh? That's different.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when you had the chain gang, baby.
Remind them.
That was different back then, Joe.
Another one.
You hear me, Joe? That was different back then. You had the chain gang there.
Yeah,
Well-
Joe's telling me to leave well enough alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said, "Back off."
Listen to the voice of wisdom over here.
Joe, I have a question. Now let's get past this here. Under your special events setup and cleanup, this increase.
Well, the special events, that's me. I've been asking for all special events to be taken out of the proper accounts, because on all special events, it seems like when we have to join a special event for other departments, that money is taken out of my regular account. So it shouldn't be that way. If the city clerk's having a special event, well, I think they should pay for it. And that goes for all departments. So I want to reflect my special event staff on that line item instead of getting it on the top.
There's times where,
Okay.
or there's many times where Joe's staff has to take out the generator, or go help clean up or set up, and he just wanted to differentiate, where the money's.
Well, I think it should be differentiated.
So that's what that.
That's what that's line.
What about our monthly, bi-monthly, whatever, that neighborhood cleanup? What is,
We'll get to it, sir. Yeah,
is that coming,
It's a
that's
CDBG.
also?
It's a CDBG program, yeah.
Oh, it's a CDBG,
CDBG.
okay. I just wanted to be sure it wasn't coming out of
No.
that also.
No, that
Okay.
comes out of the
All right.
CDBG.
CDBG.
All right, good. So you're looking good, Joe.
Yeah, until you get to the 40 grand that you want to take from me somewhere. To make it,
Hey, Michi found you 98.
to make it 130.
Hey, don't look at us. Hey, there's your friend right there. She's sitting right there.
Oh, you've got a big staff now, don't you?
No, I don't. Betty, I don't. I mean, I was barely able to put up Schwartz Avenue again. I mean, it took me a month to get that
I
up.
got chewed out about that from my daughter.
Well, didn't you see? And you're saying I got a lot of
Is it
staff?
still there when you drive by? I said, no,
It's up.
it's up.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up?
I had to take the graffiti kit off of that just to put up the sign.
Streets Drive, there's a sign, somebody took it off.
The Schultz?
Yeah, they took the Schwartz
Somebody's
sign.
got a
Why don't you check some of your family members? Huh?
That's what I said.
Souvenirs.
Don't get me started.
Donna's the closest one there.
Well, what's that gate code? We'll go check it.
Yeah.
So where are we now,
And then,
31?
just to point out, under equipment acquisition, page 30, 4410, they're requesting to purchase a scissor lift.
Scissor lift?
Yeah.
A what?
A scissor lift. That's,
What is that?
Oh, okay.
that's your man lift thing. It's a four-wheel, it's electric driven, and it raises and lowers this way. And it scares the heck out of me when I'm on one.
Oh,
Yeah, we looked around and we were looking at the used ones, and Ernesto said, well, for a couple of more dollars, we might as well buy a new one with the warranty and all.
Don't get a used one. When I was working with the forklift company, we'd have used ones come in there, and, it's a difficult thing to keep them up sometimes, so.
What I really said was a couple more $1,000.
Well, you said it, not me. I try
No.
to keep it in dollars.
Besides that, we're talking
Sounds
about,
like we're done,
we're
Joe.
talking about a piece of equipment that somebody's going to be 20, 30 feet in the air on, and I want to make darn certain that everything is up to snuff on those hydraulic lines and so on and so forth. So new equipment is way to go.
Yeah, Ernie Vargas says he needs it to see the plays over at.
I bet he does. To referee.
Yeah, make sure he sees all the plays,
okay.
I know how that's going to be used.
On Parks and Fields, there isn't much change on that either.
There was a time when Parks and Fields came out of Human Services.
Building and grounds.
Yes, there was.
Well, we took it over. We took over Parks and Fields, so
It's because
we'd
it's
like
not,
to keep.
it's not in my job description kind of
No.
attitude over there. We don't clean toilets or what?
Well, we were cleaning the toilets, and
I love
we're
36.
putting in the paper, so that's all we
36 is
know.
all right. Yeah, we don't do that. Don't give me a broom. Hijo. 24-page brief by Pete.
Any questions there?
Keep it up, Leonard. He's going to try to show that arbitrator this. He's going to try to show the arbitrator this film. Look at Leonard. Look what he's saying about it.
Building and ground.
You can hear it right
Is there
now.
any
I
questions?
think building ground maintenance really went up.
Building grounds?
Yeah.
Michi?
Yeah.
Well, we got more.
We got a lot more.
We got more going on now.
Yeah.
More space.
I
Yeah,
mean-
but there's, he has a list of things that,
Oh, for building and grounds on
Right.
parks?
Mhm.
Well, for example, the park at,
Benches.
Leeware. We're doing a lot of things over there. That doesn't include the bike trail, but we're replacing all the benches that are over there with the steel mesh benches due to the fact that we've put so much paint on those concrete benches that there's no more paint on them. Half of them are cracked. They're a big liability. We just took out 2 of them. So instead of replacing.
Somebody helped you take out 2 of them.
Oh, well, and then we had a guy that helped us take out 2, which he's paying for 2 of the
Oh,
benches.
yeah.
and we're also going to sandblast the racquetball courts
Yeah,
to get all the
we're gonna
layers
get that
off
out of the way.
Yeah,
So
those
to make it
courts
all
were looking pretty
uniform.
You'll
bad.
fall down if you do that.
Oh, it might. So to make it all uniform, we do have all the 5 benches ordered, because I was looking ahead. And we have an extra couple of single benches that we're going to put on the walkway. So there's a few things that we got to do at Leeward. We are putting the monument sign up, the lighting. We're putting the monument sign up probably next week. It's a really nice sign. I'd like to get some lighting on it also. So that'll take a few dollars, not much, but that's what that expense is for.
Okay.
Most of it, I say 80% of it's going into Leeware.
You know, the regional bikeway funds on the MTA, you might be able to dig up some monies there, you know.
We went for the TDA, they put the application in for the TDA funds, so that's what we're using for the bike trail, the TDA funds. This is
But
a side. Not just
we get regular funds.
Right.
Okay, for TDA, or for the regular bikeway fund.
Bikeway.
But there is a competitive section for TDA regional bikeway funds, and we should be able to glean some money out of there because our little Coyote Creek Regional Bike Rest Area is so small that they don't mind funding it at all because it's so small. Our requests are so small, and they do so much for Lee Ware, you know.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's exactly what we put in for, right, Joe? For Wilden under that TDA application?
Is it competitive? What did we ask for?
What was it for? 17, I think it was 17,000, 18,000, somewhere around there.
Oh man, they'll fund that they'd fund that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
No, I mean talking about 220,000 and stuff like that. That's what,
Well,
that's what I'm looking for.
You're climbing up there to find that money.
You know, I figure we could might throw something out there really nice. You know.
Well, we'll look into it. We'll look into it. But I know right now the application.
I mean, something like like the canopies over those benches. It might
Right.
making it like a little shelter or something.
Sure.
Like some new
And we've
barbecues.
been looking into those shelters and the new top barbecues with the lids on them, the real nice ones.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking into. Well, my idea is of the 17,000, not the 200,000, but because those, what do they call them? Well, the gazebos that are costing you quite a few dollars, and that would go into the 200. But I only got 18 grand to play with, and I'm looking to do the lighting for the bike trail, give it some more lighting over there, do something with those restrooms. That's where I'm going with the 18. But on the 20,000, that's for the other side of the park. That doesn't have nothing to do with the bike trails.
Put in for a pair of bolt cutters for those lawns.
I have a couple. It's just nobody.
Take it over to the bridge.
No,
eh?
nobody gives it to me in writing to use them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Call Jesus. He's got the key.
Somebody
Hear
has
that,
the
Smuts?
key.
We got the key.
Any further questions?
No.
Page 32, Human Services, General Administration.
Mayor and Council, general admission, there are no significant changes, as you'll see on pages 32 and 33. We partially increased 4,200 contract services. As the verbiage indicates, that's the account that we used to pay for our contract classes, ballet folklorico, karate, and aerobics. And we increased it somewhat due to the popularity specifically of our aerobics class. We're going to be offering more days during the week.
Yeah. You'll not get an argument out of us.
You try to get some more. Are we hurting for like our local seniors to be dancing in ballet folklorico?
We have a few residents. We are going to do another recruitment for that. We're working with the senior coordinator as far as myself and even Glenn. We met to provide more classes for the seniors, but folklorico included an exercise class with our weight room coordinator as far as nutrition and exercising. So we are going to do a little more recruiting as far as those activities, ballet folklorico included.
You might want to monitor that because when I went to the installation for Jess Lohr at Norwalk, okay, And I looked over there and said, oh, look, that's our Ballet Folklorico people.
Mm-hmm.
And they introduced them as the Norwalk Ballet Folklorico people. And I'm going to tell you why, because the instructor works for the city of Norwalk, from what I understand. So he's taking his Ballet Folklorico people and double dipping over here. And I'm wondering, like, how many people we got in this thing.
We'll get a breakdown of
Yeah,
residents.
I don't know that we have that many on that are actually residents here.
We have 10.
10?
Our residents.
Seniors?
15.
Seniors?
There's 15, but the 10 seniors that work, they were. Okay, this was I'm talking about 2 months ago in it. And I don't know if they continue coming, but I know that most of them.
We'll get the figures for you guys.
Well, I know.
10 sounds kind of high to me.
I recognized a couple of the ladies as being our seniors and everything, but some of those ladies that I see on there, I don't recognize them as being from Hawaiian Gardens.
Yeah, they're not. They're Norwalk folks.
You guys would know.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions there?
Page 33 is the continuation of the general admin. Moving on to page 34 is our summer lunch program. And again, we have no significant changes there. Moving
Will
to
you be using the same sites on the summer lunch program?
We will, and actually this coming summer we added Melbourne. It was a request by council to have lunches at the elementary schools, being that they're having summer school. We did add Melbourne, in addition to C. Robert Lee, Lee Ware, Ferguson, and Ferris Fetty. Unfortunately, they're still very strict with their rules as far as the proximity to Hawaiian Elementary and Lee Ware Park. Being that we're offering lunch at Lee Ware Park, there's a certain distance, I don't remember off the top of my head, where you can't have lunches in a close distance to each other. So what we're going to do is work with staff to network the lunch program at Lee Ware with the Hawaiian students and walk them over to Lee Ware during the summer lunch program.
Geez, I hope someday that we can get this kind of thought out of people's heads and they say, let's just feed the kids.
Yeah. You ain't kidding. Can we close, if we have it at Hawaiian, can we close Hawaiian after summer lunch and move it to Lee Ware?
That I don't know. We'd have to find out about that.
Can you find that out?
Now, I do know that Hawaiian, being that they're having summer school, they are having a snack time where all the kids are going to get snacks. Same thing at Ferguson.
Yeah, but you want to give them a lunch, though.
Right.
You got to enhance that education. Look, the whole idea of the summer lunch is an extension of the National School Lunch Program, okay?
Right.
You got to have it at a school. It only gets those kids to school. I'd rather get them to the school than get them to the pool, okay? All right?
Can we still change it, Steve?
We can find out.
Ask if you can switch it from when it's done from the school, if you can switch it then to Lee Ware. You shouldn't get any, if you get a lot of, if they give you a hard time on that, I want to know, because I'll go straight to the assembly, okay?
Sure.
Because it got switched from the feds to the state, okay? And the state's been a stickler ever since.
Something else to get into.
Now, another thing I think I would like to have you check, and this is going to sound strange, but there's one school in Lakewood that's 50% free and reduced meals, and I think some of our kids go there, and that's Willow. Okay? And Lakewood's not going to serve those kids because they wouldn't waste their time for one of their schools to get served.
What are you talking about for the summer lunch
For
program?
the summer lunch.
Willow.
So I'm thinking that maybe we might pick up Willow, and that might work out okay. I mean, you got a lot of funny looks from people in Lakewood when they seen Hawaiian Gardens trucks and folks from Hawaiian Gardens serving Willow. But I'm going to tell you something. Some of our kids go there, and those kids in Lakewood, okay, they're 50% free and reduced meals. If they're going to have just that nutritional thing, it seems ludicrous not to do something for them. It's a wash all the way around. You can get them a lunch for a wash, and it's just another site you can add, and you might be able to pick up some administrative funds.
Okay.
Would you?
Didn't we do Willow one?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I got a lot of flack for it, but you know what? I told them, I said, you know, guys aren't going to serve anyway. Lakewood, City Lakewood gave me a hard time on it. But you know what? Those people in East Lakewood were so appreciative of it. I mean, they came up to me and thanked me for looking out for their kids. And some of our kids that go to Centralia Apartments,
Yeah.
they actually go to Willow.
Yeah, they go to Willow.
So, you know, it's something to think about, and it's a way to enhance participation rates, you know, and still maybe get away with getting a little administrative funds on it.
There's
It wouldn't hurt us.
one other thing here, one thing I was looking at also, Steve, on this special supplies, I see it says, and foam boxes. Can we look into the possibility of finding something that's more biodegradable? You toss those foam boxes around, they don't degrade.
Right.
We keep them though,
What are
right?
you reading?
Do we keep right down here in the special supplies? for
We
food
used to.
services?
Yeah, now we contract with Little Lake School District, and they actually deliver the meals similar to Senior Nutrition, HSA. They deliver them in the warmers. So actually, the verbiage may be obsolete at this point.
Okay.
I don't think they even use the
They
foam
don't use the
box.
foam boxes anymore.
I think for the drinks they do.
The drinks we can check into. I want to say I saw Ice Chest last year, but we can look into it.
Yeah,
Yeah, and if
because-
we can use ice chests, then let's use ice chests so we can reuse.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What the heck? They're more
Yeah.
durable, and
Because once that stuff is out there, it just never degrades. It's
Yeah.
just around.
the making of stuff also affects the ozone. So.
So is it a consensus of the council to look into Willow School?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Hey, we're
Do you
feeding
want
the
me-
kids, right?
Yeah.
That's what we should be thinking about.
Do you want me to gather data in reference to how many of our residents are there? Or?
Yeah,
It would help.
sure.
Yeah.
But if they give you any static, say, look, you're not interested in it, at least we are.
Well, I don't think they'll give us static. I mean,
Yeah, I don't-
they're benefiting.
Well, yeah. Well, no, ABC won't give us any static on it. In fact, they'll be more than happy. It's the city of Lakewood.
That's what I'm saying, the city of Lakewood.
Who their own constituents saw our trucks and say, "Hey, why Wine Gardens over here?" They're feeding, and they found out we were actually feeding kids at Willow, and of course some of the kids are.
For the same reason we put a crossing guard at Melbourne, which
But they're
is Lakewood's.
50% free and reduced, okay? And it's like those kids at 50% free and reduced, they're able to get a free lunch. I mean, why shouldn't we give them a free lunch? They're close enough. Some of our kids go there. The heck, you know? It's not going to hurt us. We're not going to lose any money on it, I don't think. I don't think we're going to lose any money on it. They're so close that, hey, we just throw them in on the mix. And Lakewood's not going to serve them because they're not used to having free lunches, except for their outskirts of East Long Beach. Where they're
I'd be
one
interested
step-
in hearing what in the world their argument could possibly be over feeding a child.
Well, their argument is that it makes the city of Lakewood look like they're not.
And get off your butt and feed them.
Well, they won't do it. I mean, they won't do it because it's only one.
Well.
So they just need to, you know, shut up.
There's some PR.
Okay. But I think it's just a shame to have a 50% free and reduced meal, you know, school sitting out there that's so close that can't be served for summer lunch.
That's right.
You know.
Well,
We'll
anytime I
definitely
know a
look into
child's
that.
going to go without, I want to see if something can't be done.
Okay. Page 35 is Clarkdale Park. We do have some changes in this account. We are requesting overtime amount in this line item, being that the popularity of the park due to the rehabilitation and so on, we've been able to increase special events, and we never really budgeted for it.
Yeah, I've noticed I've been by Clarkdale a couple of times, and it's been pretty full in the evening hours.
Right, and as you can see, we do have a full-time employee there, so that's where the overtime comes into play. We did request an increase in 4150 of equipment maintenance, only as emergency money. Obviously, by this time around, the park has been in rehab for maybe a little over 3 years, so some of the equipment is going to start needing some service and so on. So this is just in case money.
Okay, did we upgrade the cameras
Cameras are off.
and the equipment for recording time?
Yeah.
And hold time?
Yes.
Okay, because we've already had several acts of vandalism in the past that we weren't able to capture,
Right. Yeah.
so.
What happened was the unit was overheating because of lack of air conditioning in there, so
Oh, Jesus.
we addressed that.
We got that taken care of now?
Yes.
Good. We got to hefty expense involved in that park. I
And
want
then,
to protect it.
Part of the maintenance is the skate park equipment. It's been used heavily, and
Yeah.
it's needing maintenance now, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we ought to look into some better equipment in there or something if possible, or whatever.
But it's still good, but it just needs to be maintained.
Right.
What about the trash cans over at the picnic area? You know, I've been by there at times, and I've seen a lot of people, I mean a lot of people, will have a birthday party or something
Yeah,
like
up
that.
there by the
over there.
gazebo.
And I don't think they have a lot of trash cans in the picnic area.
Weren't we supposed to add some more here recently?
We, at Parkville Park,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we have a total of 6 trash cans there
In the whole park.
in the whole park.
What about in the picnic area?
In the picnic area.
Oh, right there in the overhangs.
You have
4? Well, that should be sufficient, providing there's good sized.
you have 4 there.
Been enough?
What type containers are these for the trash?
They're concrete containers.
Concrete, okay.
They're concrete containers with plastic inners in them.
Okay.
Of course, we have the spares at the shop because the vandalism hasn't really been bad over there compared to the regular bus stops that they've been melting down. So it's really been good.
I tell you, human nature will never cease to amaze me sometimes.
We do, I have one full-time person on all the parks, and he keeps up with those trash containers and makes sure that they're always clean and working. Because especially in
Good.
Clark Hill, it's,
Yeah, it's heavily used.
we redid it, it's so much.
Oh, it gets
Oh, yeah.
a lot of use.
It gets a lot of use. You know, I've seen a lot of parties going on out there around that gazebo area and everything, so,
Happy with that park. Right.
well, at least we did something right.
Yeah, and I know that, you know, because of that, on holidays, on certain holidays, like I remember we were down there one holiday, and, you know, I actually got a call from Tommy, who wanted to use the park. They were using the park, but the bathrooms weren't open. And I think it was an Easter. It was on Easter. And we didn't have anybody to open up the bathrooms. So we asked Frankie to open them up and to lock them for us. So you might anticipate, like on certain holidays when maybe Rex is off, they might need to have somebody come around and open up those bathrooms and then have them come back down.
We normally do have them open on holidays, so
Yeah.
unless there was a holiday that the employees get off, but we'll make
Yeah, I think that's what it is. But even if the employees get it
Yeah,
off, they
we
got to
can make
anticipate that people don't know the employees are off.
You know, one more question, too, on our full-time personnel at the park. Are they enforcing the helmet thing in that skate park?
Yes, they do. Obviously, there are times when staff isn't there, or as far as the full-timers specifically in the evening. And even when the park is closed, you know, staff closes the gate and, you know, I
I know
pass
they
by
climb the fence.
and they climb the fence myself. But yes, we are enforcing those rules, not only about the helmets, but about bikes not being allowed in there, the scooters and so on.
Yeah, because unfortunately, I've been by there a couple of times and seen bikes in there and seen kids in there with no helmets.
Right.
You know, so, and, you know, city's liable on that crap.
Yeah, I think they flipped you off when you went by. They went,
Of course, the liability ends when we shut the fence, and if they climb it then, that's their problem.
If there aren't any questions, we'll move to page 36, Youth and Adult Sports. And I guess I have the misfortune of being the last department head requesting staff here, being that the two gentlemen beat me to it. But the proposal is very similar to Public Works in that staff is proposing a full-time sports coordinator for our youth and adult sports. And what we would do is eliminate the senior rec 1 part-time position. We're capable, I mean, we're feeling strongly that current staff are capable of getting promoted to become a sports coordinator. Our sports programs are becoming very, very popular. Not only are we doing elementary age and adult, but we're also doing the younger mini sports programs, ages 3 through 6. So it's our proposal to have somebody coordinate these leagues a little stronger, more organized, more trainings. That would free up our existing supervisor, who's currently doing it, to focus more on supervising staff, training, assisting with special events and so on. So the sports coordinator is a new proposed position, yes. But as I mentioned, we would eliminate a Rec 1 part-time position.
Could I ask for a 5-minute caucus?
Sure.
Can I caucus with the council? Is that okay?
Well,
How about if you caucus with me first?
Huh?
I'll find out.
She wants to know what you're going to say.
Keep it legal. I don't want to give Cooley any reason to want to come down here.
I know.
Did you set in on those sessions down there?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of Cooley, did you set in on those one of those sessions that they had down there that had to do with,
The ethics and all
yeah,
that?
the ethics
I
and
said,
stuff like
I got
that?
certified. I'm
That was interesting, wasn't it?
Don't take it personal.
Of course, a lot of it I knew about, because I've been.
Let me know, they're going to do whatever they want.
The way things are,
You got a couple of good people.
No, some of those classes,
I can wait next year.
some of those classes were given legal studies too. You know, some of the subjects they picked.
My wife's been
The ethic one, I
been
don't.
working, so she's taking up my job.
Let's face it, look what the federal.
Oh, yeah, she has a little 250. Under 250. Actually, my daughter had owned that bike, which
Oh.
accident. She fell down. She fell down. Someone writes it down.
That's the reason I turned my mic off.
At junior college, you have to be riding on the thing, on a license. Damn it.
Getting all pretty over here.
I have a suspicion we'll probably go through at least one more day.
I like this. I see a lot of women out there, especially the women. They like the sports too. You know, it's like not quite the big. Oh, those are nice. Yeah, my wife's like an old lady, you know. Women do that. They do that now these days. I didn't know that. You know, in the old days, you had to kickstart the motorcycles, and that was a little tough. So now everything is on electric. Man. Well, cool, man. I used to have old Harley Primes, BSAs. You know, you had to kickstart that thing. Sometimes it's a little bit out of tune. It takes you long to get things started. The Triumph BSA, you had to prime it right. You had to do everything, and then you had to just kick the damn thing just right. And in fact, my first electric starter bike was I had a Harley Davidson Sportster. I had a 900 Sportster. And that was back in the early 70s. I was going to get a Kickstarter, but then I said, you know, they came out with an electric starter. I got on the thing and loved it, man.
Wasn't that the thing in the 70s that, if I remember right?
He lowered that sucker and he hasn't put it back up.
Used to make fun
I was gonna
of
speak.
Like I said, they used to give me hell, man. I used to ride with a bunch of guys, and early in the morning, you know, we'd get up and get going. They were taking their.
It doesn't go down low enough for Glenn.
And they look around and say, "Oh shit, okay, go to the next time." Yeah,
It doesn't go down to pygmy size.
back to Kickstarter bike.
You get down to leprechaun size.
Oh yeah, that's the way to go.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
So should we just?
Let's go to
we having
lunch.
So we're going to take a lunch break.
Yeah, we'll just recess.
Take a break until,
I would say 2 o'clock.
Oh, so we're going to lunch?
Lunch will be ready about 1 o'clock, so why don't we take a recess until 2 o'clock?
Okay.
Take one at 1 till 2, or take one now? What?
The recess now will take until 2 o'clock.
Then why did I rush out of here? Said take the children.
Madam Mayor and Council, before we went to lunch, we were on page 36, which is the youth and adult sports. And as I mentioned prior to lunch, the only proposed change is pertaining to personnel. If you look at operating costs, the proposals are identical to last year.
Mm-hmm.
What page you on?
36.
Oh, yeah.
So you're asking for another employee?
We're proposing that we do an internal recruitment to hire a full-time sports coordinator. And then what we would do is eliminate the senior recreation leader 1 position that's part-time. So very similar to what Mr. Vasquez proposed under Public Works.
Mayor and council members, at this time, I'm going to suggest or recommend that we hold off on any new positions till further review on behalf of staff. And that includes the others we spoke about earlier.
All the ones we were talking about?
Correct.
No, I just worry about one thing that, in Sue's department there, I get a little worried about that because I want to make sure that they're staffed well enough that the records are taken care of properly.
Right. Well, we still have approximately 3 weeks till we bring the budget back to council for your final approval, so
Okay.
you should expect to hear from me before then.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, with that, if there are any questions regarding sports, we'll go to page 37 and 38, which is special events. And the only significant change under special events is we did budget $7,000 this fiscal year for the mayor's prayer breakfast. I believe the past few years that event hasn't taken place. We put it back in the budget just in case it is decided to be held this fiscal year.
And one other quick note there. Also, if you look next to the golf tournament, there's been some input from council to make our golf tournament more of a PR event rather than a fundraising event. So we did add a couple $1,000s there to try and help with reduce the fees for the golf tournament.
Yeah.
So we can get more participation.
Well, from what I understand, we have $30-some-odd thousand in a fund right now for the kids, don't we? Something like that.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. I'm sure we'll be reviewing that section too.
And let's face it, we can't get enough good PR. God.
He's getting that PR.
Jesus. Where's a sledgehammer?
So yes, those are the 2 changes for under special events, unless there's any questions.
Let's see, if I remember last year on that mayor's prayer breakfast, I think we utilized that money for something for the kids anyhow, didn't we? Rather than, since we didn't have the prayer breakfast.
Right, the mayor chose not to have one, so.
Yeah, well, it depends on our mayor this year, what her preference is, so.
The other question that's been brought up to us several times by community members is a fireworks show. It always comes up, and we didn't put it in here, but just to keep you guys informed of what's going on and the type of input we receive, there is an interest for fireworks shows.
Okay, well, I think I remember that we decided about once every 5 years here,
For
or
the
something like that,
parade,
for the
yeah.
parade. Are they saying something, maybe a fireworks show for the 4th?
Right, right.
Well, by God, if that would get a lot of them from across the street where I live, with their
Illegal.
illegal fire, I doubt it, though.
I don't know about that. I doubt that.
That scares the bejeebers out of me every year, because there's nothing but bottle rockets going off everywhere.
You get a better show on the illegal one.
Go out and get me a hard hat.
If there are no questions, the next page would be page 39, which is the Teen Center. In the Teen Center, we're proposing increases in 4150 and 4200, similar to Clarkdale Park, being that the Teen Center has been in existence about 2-3 years now. So we're going to start needing to maintain some of the equipment, some of the supplies, and so on. So that's why you see a slight increase there. I'm sorry, 4,200 is contract services. That's to increase our tutorial time. Right now we have one tutor. We're hoping to get at least another tutor, more hours of availability, and so on. So that's why you see that increase there.
Okay.
What type of excursions do they go on?
They go on a variety of excursions. They go to your traditional recreational excursions like the amusement parks and so on. But for the Teen Center, we're trying to introduce them to kind of life-changing, career-changing excursions like museums, take them to plays and they see the theater, visit local colleges and universities, trade schools. So we try and mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, like John Paul Getty Museum.
Right.
Great.
Right.
Yeah, because I'll bet some of these kids have never seen the museum.
That's correct.
And if they haven't,
I haven't been to Getty Museum.
if they haven't, they've missed a treat.
We did add 4329, which is the Bike for Life program, $15,000, and that's where we will staff will work with the community as far as emphasizing the importance and the health benefits of riding bikes. Staff will schedule bike trips and outings, bike safety exhibits, and so on, and obviously continue the bike distribution program that Councilmember Chides has started.
That's also inclusive of Hawaiian Gardens Casino gave us $2,000 for the next fiscal year, and Tri-City's going to give us $2,000 for the next fiscal year, and I understand Mary Lou's going to start hitting up some doctors to give us money for the bikes. And what we plan to do, if everything works out right, is to put a new bike, in every school every month for an essay contest and give away a bike for every school. That's 4 schools. It'll be Hawaiian, Ferguson, Melbourne, and Fetty. And that'll happen every month for 9 months during the school year. Okay? And so it might say 15,000, but I think it's going to be considerably less. You know, it's already $2,000 less, because I finagled squeezed Ron Sarabi for $2,000 already. So, and Tri-City's going to kick in too. So we should be a little bit better.
Is there some way that we can give out helmets? I mean, no, we do that during just when we have the bike thing.
Yeah, we can utilize the same account number to purchase bike helmets and give them out with the bikes.
Even reflectors for nighttime for the kids.
Yeah, and in fact, what I have been doing, and I hadn't been doing it lately because I've been taking the money out of my own pocket, okay? And but I had gotten a chance. If you notice the bike that's out here in front for the Mother's Day special, it's got a helmet, a light, and it's got a lock. The couple of bikes we've given away lately didn't have the locks. I think the big thing is like, do all these work on these bikes and they have somebody steal it, But I think it should be a policy that we give them a helmet, a light, and a lock on all the bikes. I think you're right, Councilman. And I think it's a good suggestion. And I think, you know, you want them legal and you want them safe. And if we get them the right stuff and get them started, and you get them a lock too, they can't steal the bike, and they can't, you know, and when they get on the bike, at least they'll be good and legal, and it'll be safe with the lights. And I mean, and I get a discount on all that stuff because I go to the indoor, is where I go, the indoor swap meet, and I know the guy there, his name's Chris, and he's giving me big time discounts because, of course, I'm buying so many bike parts. But he's doing it, and he knows what I'm doing it for. And so what normally costs us maybe $10 would cost us $8. I know his bike locks cost $12.99. He's giving them for $10. So he's marking down a lot of stuff. And if I buy a lot of stuff, even at that, he's even marking the lump sum down. So we're doing pretty good in the way of trying to, you know, get things at a cheaper cost. And I got to tell you that some of the helmets I've got are actually real good helmets, and I bought them for like $1.91 at the secondhand store. So I've got a number. That helmet that's sitting out there is a beautiful helmet. It's a secondhand helmet, okay? But it's got a visor. It's a Bell helmet. It's a great helmet, and it's barely been used, and it's great, and it even matches a bike. So I've got a number of those helmets, even in my garage. You know, and so the one bike I have at Hawaiian that I passed out has lights, a helmet, and a lock on it, and it was it's ready. It's been sitting up on the wall. They're going to give it away it's going to be a lottery. That one's going to be a lottery, but it's going to be a lottery of the kids that have the excellent attendance at Hawaiian. So the kids who have excellent attendance at Hawaiian are in a bucket or something like that. They put their names in the bucket, and then they're going to pull it out, and the kid who gets it, you know, wins the bike. So if they have excellent attendance, they have a chance to win a bike. So, yeah, it's important that, it has lights and a lock and a helmet.
And then pray like the devil that they wear the helmets.
Yeah. Well, you lead by example. That's why you always see me driving around. I got my helmet on.
Yeah.
You know,
you're not going to see me out on the street.
It's not protecting anything that's of any worth. So I mean,
Yeah.
And what about the bike racks? Do we have them out?
By the way, I think I went into Public Works yesterday and I seen a number of picnic tables, and I often look to the left and they had the little bike racks thingies there.
Bike racks came in. We had to send them out to get powder coated, which they're back now powder coated. So
Great. Great. And I'd asked Ferguson School if they would get bike racks at their school, because I was informed by some of the little kids that I'd take my bike to school, but they don't have any bike racks. I go, what? What school doesn't have bike racks, Well, we don't have any bike racks. They took them out, I guess, when they'd done some improvements and never put them back in. So I had asked Ms. Dolan if she could try to get some bike racks at her school, because we're trying to get the kids to be on bikes, So hopefully, Hawaiian has bike racks. And Melbourne's got them too, right?
Melbourne does.
Yeah, Melbourne's got them. And I don't know about Fetty, but
I don't recall seeing any bike racks over there.
Not.
Do they?
I think so.
You lock the bikes inside as you go in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
As you go in the parking
There's a fenced area.
right.
Towards the back there?
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I haven't seen them. I didn't get back there.
Yeah.
So now we get our local grocery stores to put some in, and some adults can go shopping.
That's right. And and the other thing is we're getting bike racks here too, right?
Yes.
That's the ones we were talking about, right? Yeah.
Well, I know we got a small bike rack over here by the wreck, or we did have.
Yeah, they have one there. We just don't have any here, City Hall, so we need to get some here.
So the Bike for Life program is the main addition to the teen center budget.
That's a worthwhile project.
Okay, page 40 and 41 is the C. Robert Lee Activity Center. No major changes here.
Okay. Yeah, if anything, is a big drop.
Yeah, we dropped in building and grounds maintenance this past year. I believe we replaced the air conditioning, and there's a few issues that came up pertaining to building and maintenance. but-
Gas line and...
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
So we don't anticipate that again. And we slightly decreased 4410, which is equipment, on page 41. And this past year, we earmarked some of that requested money. We updated some of the weight room equipment, purchased a new ice machine, and so on. So as far as equipment, we did utilize that money, and we're somewhat okay with equipment, so we decreased that request.
I have a question, Ernesto. How much more would it cost if we had like an event on diversity,
Like a diversity
a
fair?
diversity event?
It wouldn't cost too much. We have all the canopies and everything. It'd just be a matter of organizing it, and if you want to provide some entertainment, then just pay for the entertainment.
Because I know we have a lot of.
Would you like to see one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Remember, we had that one diversity fair here
Yeah.
at City Hall once.
How much money do you guys want to?
Well, I mean, this was something I just brought up. I mean,
Well, I think it's a good idea because, the more you know about each other and each other's cultures that they come from and what have you, the better understanding you're going to have of one another and find out that, basically we're all the same in our wants and needs and likes and dislikes and what have you.
Just to give you an idea of dollar amount, our half-day events, like your 4th of July, our Cinco de Mayo, September 16th, we budget about $6,000 for those events. So it would be something similar.
Yeah, I go along with my colleague. If we can get something going, keep it going on an ongoing basis periodically,
You want to add it to the special events budget, right?
yeah.
might knock down some of this stuff that's been going on, and
Well-
I think comes about by just totally misunderstanding.
But it's interesting you mentioned it too, because I was invited. Haskell Junior High is having one on June 2nd.
Really?
Yeah. So I was invited to sponsor a dish. So they're gonna have soul food, Asian food, Mexican food, all kinds of
I'd like
stuff.
to go, Ernesto, and see what it,
June 2nd.
What's it called? Diversity?
go see what it's all
You call it tamalero in the blue van.
Told them my mom would make bean burritos, but
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
6.
We'll get Mary to go.
Joe. He's gonna put, okay.
We'll get Mary to show up.
Plus 1,000.
We'll dress her up. We'll dress her up in an Indian,
It's on,
in an Indian garb. and
are we-
Pawn her off as an Apache.
She wants to know if we're going to have a powwow this time.
In August. I mean, yeah, we're having a powwow in August.
Doing powwow?
Steve, he,
We're having a powwow in August, right?
Yes, the powwow is scheduled for August 5th and 6th, and actually, Glenn and I are meeting tomorrow with Dan and Cheryl.
he's
Okay.
a lot better.
Yeah, the mayor was just asking if we were still going to have one.
Oh, yes,
Oh, she
definitely.
doesn't know that he was sick. I mean,
Oh,
he had a stroke and he's doing a lot.
Dan Tom did?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
had
I
a
know
real bad
that
stroke.
he did. He didn't look too well.
Yeah, but,
He can get.
yeah, Steve's talking to him now, so he's,
yes, we've been in contact via email.
With Tom?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing better now.
Yeah, he's
Yes,
doing
he
a lot
is.
better now.
Good.
I haven't seen him, but I've talked to him, and he seems to be doing a lot better.
Okay.
What is that? 121.
If there are any questions regarding C. Robert Lee, we can go to page 42, which is Leeward Park. And again, with 4410 equipment, this year we earmarked some projects to complete that we've taken care of, so that's why we decreased the equipment request.
Okay.
We use those funds to set up soundboards in the room. We purchased a new ice machine as well as a refrigerator, freezer.
Were you able to do anything with that one room over there where they got the pool table in there and what have you?
What about it?
At Lee? No, it's not Lee. It's not the one I'm thinking of, no. I'm thinking of another. I'm thinking of the other park over by the river.
That's Leeward.
Leeward. All right, that one there.
Oh, yeah.
When you go in that one room there, my God.
Downstairs?
It's an echo chamber.
Right, we just put
Yeah, we put soundboards on there.
Soundboards,
Yeah.
Oh, good, because you
So-
go in there and if they were playing pool or something like that, you couldn't hear yourself think.
Right, yeah, we took care of that.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks pretty good out there, too.
Yeah.
Sylvia's got it
Great.
cooking pretty well.
Oh, great.
She does.
Good to hear. I was wondering how she was able to put up with it all day long.
Oh, man, those kids are, I mean, they're loving it over.
I know, but I mean with the noise level there, you know. Okay.
Okay, no changes. Leeward Pool, which is on page 43. And again, very similar to last year.
Are you going to have aerobics class there?
Yes, we're having water aerobics again this summer. I believe they're going to take place on Saturday mornings.
That's a good program for seniors.
How many lifeguards are you going to have over there, Steve?
For this coming summer, we have a pool manager, an assistant pool manager, and I believe 6 lifeguards. And some of them we only utilize on weekends. Some of them work during the weekday, so we have enough coverage at all times. Generally, we schedule about 3 per shift, and they rotate periodically, so all areas of the pool are covered.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, if there's no questions, page 44 is the senior center. And again, very similar. We are proposing one increase request for 4410 with equipment. We're requesting $10,000, and what we'd like to do there is slowly start to replace some of the tables and chairs that our seniors are utilizing. Some of them are getting old and breaking down and so on. So we want to replace some of those.
I noticed we'd put the computers over there in the meeting room over there. Are we running a senior computer program to teach seniors on computers at all?
It's not an organized program, John, but it's more or less of a drop-in. If they want to use them, they're more than welcome to use them.
Okay,
At times, the staff will help them out if they have
The
questions.
reason I asked is that I had one of the seniors in the park ask me about, if they had any classes for seniors.
At our facility, we don't. I know the school district is doing theirs out of the FEDI adult school site, but to answer your question, for that specific room, it's like Ernesto mentioned, staff will be in there and kind of help them to get where they want to go and so on.
Okay. Well, I know that we probably didn't have that many seniors involved at one time anyhow, but, as time goes on, I know some people are wanting more and more to get involved or learn more about computers and what have you. So.
Right.
I got a proposal. We have excursions, especially on our big excursions. Presently, we don't allow non-residents to go. But we have a number of...
We do allow them to go, but we give priority to residents.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's on the regular excursions.
Right.
Okay? And this proposal probably could be utilized for even those excursions. Okay? We have a biggie excursion every year. And usually we have 50 residents go on this excursion. And of course, then how they usually do that is they do that by lottery, from what I understand. And, I've had a number of people throughout my workings with some of the seniors tell me that if a couple on a lottery gets gets to go, the other person who may not be picked to go. So I'm saying that if, let's say, if one person who's a couple gets picked on a lottery and the other one doesn't get to be picked on the lottery, I say that maybe what we should do is go ahead and say that if the person pays their way, that they can also be worked in as part of the package when they order the tickets to go. You know, in other words, if let's say a wife wins the lottery to go to the Grand Canyon, but her husband didn't win anything, okay? If that couple pays for the husband to go on this trip, then both of them can go, and then you can call, you know, and set it up for the increased amount of people who have their significant other go. Okay? That's the first thing I would suggest.
You're talking about residents.
Non-residents.
Well, residents, and I'm going to tell you, we're going to talk about non-residents right now.
Yes,
Now,
please.
here's the deal on non-residents. On non-residents, I would like to see, because some of these people are volunteers, okay? And some of these people also are friends of our residents, and of course they all like to go with their friends and wherever they go and would like to have that experience. I would ask that we have a policy for 10% of the people who go to on these trips to be non-residents, participants, or mainly priorities be volunteers. Now, that 10%, how I would try to work that, let's say if you have 50 residents that would go, I don't want to say that, of course, 10% is 5, right? I wouldn't want to make 45 residents go and 5 non-residents. I would like to have 50 residents, not impact our seniors, have 55 people go. Okay? 50 residents, 5 non-residents. And of course, that policy would remain the same. If the non-resident was picked and they had, you know, a significant other, they just pay their way and they too can be accommodated. But I was hoping that maybe we could do something like that.
When, Councilmember Chidas, when you say pay their way, pay the full fare?
Right.
You're talking a bunch of money there.
Yeah. That's on
And,
the big trips.
and we're talking about fixed income individuals.
Yeah, but hey, it don't make any difference to me. You got, you know, if you guys want to say that you guys, you know, I'm just thinking that you know, for the individuals who get picked, they're going to go for free. If they have a significant other, if they paid the full price, they would really get half price on this trip. Okay? Now, if you so desire, it's up to you to, you know, I'm open to hear anything on what you guys want to do about the second person. But I just know it's a fact of life that if somebody gets picked and they're a couple,
Yeah, then
you would want to, then the other person doesn't get to go. You know? You know how it goes.
Last thing I want to do is somebody's been married 50, 60 years, split them up.
I'll have to check with Anna because I'm almost positive that they register as a couple now, and if one gets selected, they do go together.
And they're picked as couples then,
Right.
rather than...
In order for you to go on,
That's what it
especially
should
on
be.
those trips, because it's pre-assigned
Right.
lodging, you have to register as a couple.
Okay, that sounds good, better.
Well,
But we could double check though, but
but how many can they take though? Can they only take 50 or what?
it depends on.
What's
it's
the
depending on each
bus
trip.
capacity?
Well, it's a lot of it has to do with a budget. The trips are budgeted. No, the trips are budgeted, so they only take the amount of to cover the whatever amount is budgeted. But like Councilmember Chida said, if there's couples that would like to take their spouses, I mean, we can always work that in. Of course, if they pay for
Because
themselves.
If one person gets picked, say the husband gets picked, and the wife doesn't, then the wife doesn't go. But you're saying couples, because I know for room, fact that those rooms, like for loft and whatever, you have to have double occupancy. So
Right.
they have two people.
And then the other,
So they've been using match up, but not necessarily the husband gets to go, but they do.
Or they trade off. They're worse than teenagers.
the other part of it is, for the most part, when they do these bigger excursions, larger excursions, they try and charter the bigger buses.
Yeah.
So if we're going to be taking more than whatever one big bus, accommodates, then we're looking at additional money too.
Yeah, so we're going to have to look at what we've allotted here for the excursions too, and maybe up that.
Well, let's ask. Just a minute.
Yeah,
let's ask real quick. How much money did they spend on excursions last year? Last year, I got actual expenditures, $24.9. Well, they only made it by $25. Well, maybe we should accommodate them, and maybe we should try to boost it up a little bit in order to accommodate this policy.
There's no maybe about it, because the cost of it is, cost of gas, fuel has gone up. In this case, it's diesel fuel for these buses. And I'm sure that the accommodations, the cost of those are going up, and so on and so forth, and so we need to make sure we're keeping up with the times on this.
Now, are we okay on that second person? What are we going to do with the second person? What do you?
I think it should be couples picked. The way they, if that's the way it is, that's the way it should be, that they register as couples, and that's the way they're picked. And then you have no problem with the thing.
Actually, well,
Which
Yeah,
we
but
can
that
double
means
check,
that
but I'm sure
that
that's
a
what we're
couple
doing.
may take a, how can I say, at couple,
18.9.
that second person would bump somebody else off of the 50, right? Isn't that
Exactly.
true?
Yeah.
And I don't think that's really fair,
It's not fair.
If the couple's a non-resident, you're saying?
No. Even if they're a resident, it doesn't make any difference. If they're a resident, okay, if one person picks you, you have a lottery for one person, usually. And you know what? By having it two persons, that kind of messes up stuff, because two people get the chance, and then two people. You understand what I'm saying? If one ticket gets picked, you got two people, and I don't know if that's all that fair. When it comes down to having 50.
Is that how it works?
Well,
Lottery?
Is that how it works, or what?
I'm pretty sure you register as a couple, whether you're married or even if it's a friends. I think you register with
register
a
two
partner.
people. Wow. I
Right.
mean,
You register with the partner because of the rooms, like Ernesto mentioned.
Okay.
So then that
But we
takes care
can
of the
double
problem.
check. We can double check everything.
Well, if that's the way it works, that takes, for as far as I'm concerned, takes care of the problem on it.
Yeah.
Well,
I certainly don't want to see anybody left out on it.
It takes care of part of the problem, because
Yeah.
now we got the issue of non-residents.
Non-resident.
Yeah, well, I'm not,
Whatever you guys want to do.
to a degree, I'm not that concerned where non-residents are concerned, except what my colleague said, friendship involved and some of these people volunteering.
You
and
do,
everything,
you
so-
do have probably less than a handful of non-resident volunteers that have been volunteering for quite some time.
Quite some time.
And I certainly don't want to leave them out, yeah. If
But
they-
then how can you exclude non-resident? Because there are some non-residents who will come for the excursion, but they're not going to come for other events. I mean,
Well-
so how are you going to separate that?
Well, I think you're gonna. I think how you do this, and I think the way they do it over there is that they give priority to non-resident volunteers. Okay, and I think that's okay with me.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't exclude a
I'm gonna
resident.
tell
to
you,
the
there
verdict.
are the gal that works behind the desk who's been volunteering there with her and her husband for what, 20 years?
At least.
Has never gone on any of these trips. I mean,
Or,
picky trips.
A suggestion, you don't even have to include the word non-resident in there. You could just make it for volunteers and residents.
Volunteers and residents. That's good enough. That way you avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to make sure I look at this expense for excursions too, because prices have gone up.
Well, as Steve mentioned, through the end of April, the excursions budget, we had spent $19,000.
$19,000.
Doesn't it depend on what excursion they go to? 'Cause,
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, like one year they went on a cruise,
Right.
and another year they might go somewhere else, so that depends
They're
on,
on an excursion now, right?
Correct, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Grand Canyon?
They're on their way back from the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
As we
Yeah,
speak.
now how much does that
larger.
excursion cost at the prices right now?
It couldn't cost as much as a cruise last year,
Well,
No,
right, Steve?
but it was not as much as a cruise, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
so we need-
I just want to be certain that we have enough money made available for these excursions so that no one is excluded in
Right.
being able to go, you know.
Yeah, we keep up with our.
I would propose, if it's okay with you, we leave it as is, and if maybe at mid-year, if we need to make an adjustment, we can request it then, but the last 2 years, we've worked with this budget, but obviously it's up
Okay.
to all of you.
Because I don't see the price of gas coming down to very much more. In fact, come the summer season, I look for it to go up again.
So the
True.
Grand Canyon is the biggest
No.
excursion for the year,
Yes.
seniors?
But you're saying in 2005 and 2006, where we spend? Where we at?
Through the end of April, we were at $19,000.
19,000, you
And
said.
then you got the Grand Canyon.
Right.
Well, you have any idea what that's going to run?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, you know, you're talking, the year before that, you spent 24,975, and you had 25 budgeted?
And that's,
Steve, didn't they go on two trips, two big trips this year?
There.
You know, it spent 19,000, that's only leaving
I
6,000
believe they went
left.
somewhere else, but I don't remember where.
That's kind of
And
close.
gas is now 340 a
Yeah.
gallon.
Too big.
Yeah,
Kinda close.
you better boost that
I
up.
think we ought to boost it at least another 5, at the very
At
least.
least.
I think we
fine.
ought to stick at least another 5 in there for excursions, make it 30 instead of
the
25.
biggest excursion they're going on, a bigger,
For this
but we're
fiscal
coming
year,
up
no,
for-
we're pretty much done for this fiscal year as far as major trips.
Yeah, but we're talking about for next year that we're budgeting here, so I want to
Add 5,000 more?
yeah, right.
And 5,000.
And you also want a policy regarding the senior excursion trips, right?
Yeah.
we need something.
Yeah.
We'll have something in writing for you guys.
I'll tell you, I'd even give them a little
How
stipend
many-
for their meal.
Well, one thing that I've learned over a period of time is when you have a policy and it's explained to people, that then you have less hurt feelings and things like that. Whereas if they just come in there and they think this is arbitrary, that's unfair. You know, so if we have a policy they can see, then we're going to be in better shape.
Yeah.
How many
Run across the rec
Seniors.
commission.
are non-residents? How many do we have?
It varies by
varies.
program.
Yeah, it varies on the programs. You look at some of the programs that you have for seniors are basically all non-resident.
Yeah.
But then you have some of the other programs that are a combination of resident and non-resident. Now, look at what happened with our senior meals when they went free.
Right.
For a long time, we had a lot of non-residents
We
coming in.
still-
We had a lot of non-residents coming in, but then again, we asked for it because
Well, of course.
we booked a lot of classes that were adult classes.
Yeah, of course.
That brought the people from Cerritos and everywhere else into our center. And of course, we had problems with parking, crossing the street, and everything else in the world. Then they decided, hey, you know, this is a free lunch.
Yeah.
Let's go get a free
No,
lunch.
During break, they go next door to the seniors' lunch area, and then they reserve the tables, and then they go back to the dancing class.
It was.
Yeah, and our residents weren't getting their tables. And
Well, it
So
got
that-
solved by changing the classes to another
They don't have
If you told Augie to take a
pay
hike.
for the lunches, it's free.
But, you know, anything that we do, we need to accommodate our residents first and then
Money.
think about the non-residents.
We are going to make an additional effort to increase the awareness
They have to pay.
and to try and get the seniors more involved in health and wellness programs. So,
Good.
like Steve mentioned earlier. So.
We'll get them on bikes.
Get them on bikes.
Seniors.
By those three-wheelers.
We don't. We don't.
If there aren't any questions, then page 45 is the Recreation Commission, and again, it's identical to last year's proposal.
But the first time I was seeing it from the outside.
Okay.
They got it. They help.
The next page, Steve.
Okay, at this point, we're going to skip a couple pages because we've already covered planning planning, the planning commission, building, engineering, and now we're at the gas tax fund, and the detail starts on page 51. At this point in time, Joe Vasquez will take over.
Which page?
51.
Page 51, right.
5-1.
Well, there hasn't been any changes really in gas tax. We're still at the same numbers. Contract services remains the same, so not much changes at all.
You expect a change in gas tax?
Pardon me? Do I expect changes? Well, if we get a lot of potholes,
I'm talking about the revenue side.
oh, no.
Why not?
Well, because the state's being really stingy about gas tax. We're not getting too much.
Well, you know, Joe, it's based on a percentage of the price.
Some of that's based on the distribution on a per capita basis of the population. Comes down, and they may have a larger pool from which they start and distribute it to these different agencies. But yeah, there may be some slight increases, but nothing that traditionally gas tax has never ever paid for all the street.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, dude, on the revenue end, I thought there should be some kind of an increase.
Yeah, there probably will be. I can check. 1, 2. Yeah, I have a small increase in the on the state level from 280 to 290. But again, the total gas tax fund is expenditures is 522,000. So the general fund does support this at a much greater level.
Yeah, I don't worry about that. I thought there'd be more of a
No, it's a.
outlay.
I basically take a look at 10 years or 10 months of revenue, and look at the year end and kind of put a cost of living factor in there. And you may be right, maybe some increases, but usually the state will hold a lot.
Jeez, no wonder they're so fluid over at the state. They base it on the per capita instead of the percentage.
I see the salaries have gone up. Is that because of PERS and things?
That's correct, and also there's an allocation of a 37.5% of a staff assistant has been classified now in this department. This is the old. This is the position that came from the city clerk's office.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Stripe some streets,
Say again?
street striping.
Well, yeah, they always stripe them after they.
Yeah, we've been striping a few as we go along. Quite a bit of streets to be striped still, but what we've been doing is we've been concentrating on the crosswalks. And there's this new material that's out, it's polyurethane. And instead of being painted on, it's melted onto the streets. So
Yeah,
instead
that's
of
what you showed me out there in front of.
Right, so
Correct
instead
that
of
way.
having to do it every 2 years, it's good for a good 5 to 10 years. And I showed John a sample of it, and we put one down about 4 years ago, and all you do is pressure spray it, and it looks brand new, and it's really worth its money.
I was wondering about that here recently, whether we'd gone with the rest of the crosswalks on it.
Yeah, we have been. Matter of fact, they came and redid this one about 3 weeks ago in front of City Hall because of the type of material that they laid down the first time wasn't what we wanted.
Yeah.
And it didn't pass us, so we caught it, and they came back and redid it with the right. But we're trying to do the schools, concentrate on the schools, and just to do tests, but, it takes staff and time to lay that stuff down, so you just can't do it all in 1 year. That's why I don't put the full amount into the budget, because I got to be realistic. I'm not going to be able to do them all this year. But it's well worth it. It's a big savings.
Yeah.
Big savings. not in the gas tax, but I also purchased some of that same material for City Hall for the handicap signs on the ground. So we won't have to keep painting those also. If we're going to go with the streets, we might as well do it in our own parking lot.
Sure.
Where we can maintain it and keep it looking good for years instead
Keep
of...
the maintenance costs down.
Right, exactly. So I ordered some of that material for the City Hall parking lot.
Okay.
And the senior parking lot.
I just have something I wrote down, and I just realized I wrote it down and didn't ask about it. And that concerns in the kitchen. There's a Bun coffee maker.
Didn't you bring that up before, Leonard?
Yep. I want to make sure that Bun coffee maker works. You got 220 on the side of the wall. And you guys need to test that thing, make sure it works. And if the Bun coffee guy is on, he's in Cerritos.
You know,
To answer your question, it does work.
Does work, huh?
Yes, and Frank, once in a while, will go run water through it, crank it up, let it run, clean it out, and leave it until somebody uses it for a party. It's usually used on the parties.
Okay.
The senior lunches, they don't need it. They don't have use for it.
Yeah, I know.
But when there is parties and they rent the kitchen, it is usable.
Now, can we get is there some kind of instruction sheet you can hang on that thing so people know how to use that sucker?
Well, I'm sure there is. I mean, we can have our own people.
I mean, a lot of people don't know you have to push the two buttons down like that for it.
Yeah, we can write our own out. I mean, we know how to use it, so we can just do the instructions on it.
Put it like it's some kind of laminate or something like that.
How many languages would you like it in?
Probably 3 or 4.
How many languages do we have here?
Spanish, Tagalog,
Scroll and all.
yeah, Chinese and
about 40 some
Korean.
odd languages.
Okay.
Can you get people to decipher it in about
diversity.
40 some odd languages?
Take it down on June 2nd, and they'll have it translated. Yeah.
Just make sure that there's at least something put on there about cleaning it, because I'd hate like devil to go over there and have Navy coffee. Because I swear they
Come to
never.
the shop. We got that at the shop.
Pardon?
We have that at the shop. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want Navy coffee, you can just go down to Public Works.
I save money on supplies on that. They go out to Starbucks or wherever, buy their own.
I could have sworn every time I went for coffee, they never cleaned that pot.
They don't.
I should. They just going to use the next day.
Anyway, any more questions on that one page?
No.
I guess that'd be 52 also. No changes on 52. We covered the street striping.
And your curb numbering, you're still doing that, right?
Yeah, the curb numbering again is, we did it, 2 years ago?
Just out of curiosity, are they, after they paint the numbers on the curb and what have you, are they putting any clear acrylic spray on that thing? Because once you rub up against it, once it's painted, it's almost wiped out.
Yeah, and it really doesn't matter, because I asked the same thing for protection on it, and it really doesn't matter. The tire's going to scrape off whatever you put up there.
Okay, well, it's just a thought.
We use our poly for the red curbs, and you see what it does to the red curbs, just tears them up.
Well, I know one thing, the fire department's happy about it, because that's one of the things they mentioned a while back, because they have a difficult time finding addresses sometimes.
Yeah, they were real happy about it.
Good.
I didn't do it for the helicopter, because we don't have a helicopter, so we're just doing the sides.
Well, paint it on top of the roofs.
No, they find us.
Some places do that.
You guys don't laugh too hard. You're going to wake Mary up. Eh?
Okay, now we're getting into the public safety, supplemental public safety programs. And the detail starts on page 54. And it's 2 components. One is your SLESF program, 114,000, and the other is your federal grants program, and Juana can explain all those to you.
if there's any questions, we can answer
Yes,
them.
Juana.
Oh, Juana.
Juana, you should explain these programs to us. I do not know what they are.
I can give you a breakdown if you want.
We need you up here.
I'm totally confused. No, have her come up here. You know,
It has to be recorded.
I can't hear her. I cannot hear her.
Neither can the tape.
Oh, look, she really came up close, huh?
You went to the second row.
She's keeping her
45th
distance
row to
from
the
us.
second.
Is there questions?
Okay, I'm gonna,
Leonard?
is there questions on it, or?
Yeah. Well, what is it?
Okay, basically, it's grants that we're getting continuously. We've been fortunate enough that the City of Hawaiian Gardens is getting thrown up quite a bit as far as emergency management and law enforcement programs. There are several areas that we're tapping into. One of them is Homeland Security, which are compliances that are mandated by presidential order of not law. Others are for law enforcement overtime programs and some of their equipment replacement programs. Some of those are 100% coverage, others 50%. And then we also have special programs like seizures and overtime funds that are available for gang suppression and narcotics. And that's basically it. These are areas I'm tapping into, Homeland Security and Department of Justice.
Do you have any money where people can get their guns back? Oh, sorry.
No.
Or I'm just on my own on that one? Or what?
So that's basically it, unless you have any other questions. But I'm constantly surfing for funding so we can subsidize some of our programs that we have here now. So unless you have any other questions, that's basically it.
Okay.
Okay, going on to the next fund. It's a traffic safety fund. This is where all your crossing guards gets funded out of. And that's, the detail starts on page 57. And the majority of the cost here is your salaries, part-time crossing guards. And I believe the city administrator has something added to it.
I wanted to propose here for us to contract parking control, strictly parking control on the weekends. We've had quite a few issues down in the middle school area with parking, the casino customers parking on 214th Street, and our Little League and Pop Warner and soccer kids, parents not being able to park anywhere. And
let me tell you, right down Civic Center Drive, we got a problem too.
That's right.
Because they're parking right out there on a corner and everything, you know.
Yeah.
And
That's
what
dangerous.
happens is we don't have a dedicated parking control personnel. Our community relations used to do parking, but now most of his attention is directed at code enforcement.
So what are we looking at cost-wise?
Well, the cost-wise there, and it would be a challenge. I have been in discussions with the Sheriff's Department. They do have, and they do offer that service. It would be to hire a parking control officer, and they charge, I forgot what the hourly rate is, I think somewhere around $30 per hour for the service.
And we're talking time period.
It would be definitely weekend coverage.
At night also?
And at night, evenings, yeah, at night.
Because some of the evening hours is when the worst occurs because of parties and things like that.
Right.
Of course,
talking 16
weekends
hours
are
a
always
day?
bad.
What's that?
Talking 16 hours a day or what?
No. Not 16 hours a day. We didn't work out the figures in terms of what hours they would be working. It's all dependent on need. We're getting feedback from the Sheriff's Department. We definitely know there's a problem on the weekends. And
because they know
we're going to
there's
try and
nobody out
target the times when, the problems are more prevalent.
Yeah, because they know that there's nobody out there, so.
Right.
Sounds fine to me. We clean up some of this parking problem, would be great.
Any further questions on the crossing guard program, traffic safety?
Yeah, just to, if you had 16 hours a day, and you had 2 days a week, and 30 hours, or $30 an hour, you're talking $960 for, it would cost you for 1 week. Weekend. So depending on how you want to do this, would you want it year-round, or?
Would I what?
Would you want it year-round?
Well, yeah, it would definitely have to be year-round. Once again, we could have put a permanent part-time position in there, but I didn't want to do that. I'd rather contract it, because if it, for whatever reason, doesn't work out, then...
Well, let me tell you, year-round, the parking problem is there, year-round. It gets worse in the summer a little bit because of parties and things.
By Fetty, there's only classes. Are you talking about?
No, I'm not. The adult classes, they're also having problems with parking.
Oh, okay.
This problem's all week long. We're actually, I believe, did it go to the commission yet, Joe, to restrict the parking there? Yeah, we're due to send it to the Public Safety Commission, because there was a recommendation made to restrict parking on 214th Street. Limit it to like 3 hours or
that can get to be a real hassle over there sometimes at 214.
It is a big problem.
Yeah.
If you have it 2 days a week, it's going to cost you $49,920
a year.
A year, 2 days a week, 16-hour days, 2 shifts. Depending on if you want to go 1.5, I can work that out.
Well,
but I mean, it's up to.
Okay, I've witnessed some of these parking problems along here, especially around 221st
And also keep
Civic
in mind
Center.
that if the parking control officer is out there doing his job, I mean, for the most part,
we're going to get some money back.
Right.
That's right, parking tickets.
Right.
So how many?
The sheriffs don't give out parking tickets?
They do, but that's not really a priority, for them.
Obviously. Obviously.
We still have the problem there.
I guarantee you could probably drive down Civic Center right now and find a couple of vehicles parked right on the
Steve,
corner.
do we have the figures on how much we receive from parking citations and, citations?
Let's see.
I think it was 60-some-odd thousand, something like that.
Okay, I'm expecting to receive about $60,000 next year on traffic fines.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
See the scufflaws that we have?
And that's without parking control.
Yeah, just think what it would be with parking control.
It pays for itself, really.
Yeah. Well, we need to do something.
Look at the people that are stopping for the vendors on the corner.
Yep.
Because there's a
Good.
there.
Institute it.
Well,
I'm all for
you
it.
could ticket Father Larry for having those vendors out in front of.
No, I'll share with you one of the experiences that we've had probably a good 4 times this year. At Fetty, we've had some of Steve's staff trying to get onto the field so they could do the baseball, but there's cars blocking the entryway there.
Oh.
So, I mean, I've even had to get involved just so we can get out there and sight them, And most of the time, it's casino employees or casino customers.
Well, that's because casino employees are the people that
Can we
over
can we also put a sign there that on the driveway portion there? Put a sign there that violators will be towed at owner's expense.
Once we restrict the parking, I'm sure we can probably look into that possibility.
There's more money.
Put a sign on that gate. Not block. Stick it out there, right there on the street. Don't block that driveway.
Well, it's the
Fire
driveway.
lane.
I mean, you guys have seen it.
Put gun turrets on each.
Well, all cities are facing parking problems right now. We're not immune to it ourselves.
Oh, we're the worst.
No
we
kidding.
with our density, we're just.
Jesus, the streets are small, and then you get parking on both sides of the street and what have you, and then people trying to park at the curb and everything else, and it's a mess out there.
The worst street is Joliet, between 223rd, 226th.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people get home in the evening and they park in the street. because there's no parking. So that traffic control officer is going to have a party.
Well, we're going to have to do something, or we're going to really have worse mess.
On the end of Joliet, he'll get shot. On the end of Joliet, he'll get shot.
It's all right. They've got guns. They can shoot back.
The parking control officer.
I mean, parking control will have guns. They can shoot back.
Our parking control needs to have guns.
Is there any other questions?
Sir?
No, but are we
What do you want to do with it?
parking control? I'm all for the 2-day weekend thing,
That's $49,920, so.
It's in the budget.
$49,000 a year.
You have $50,000 for that particular.
See?
Let's go with it. I'm for it.
Look at Wanda, she's like, hey, yeah. Yo, Klotsky at lunch, for that comment.
I don't know. We need a consensus of the council, or?
I'm okay with it.
It's part
So am I.
it's part of the proposed budget.
It may pay for itself.
Yeah. Michi?
Yeah.
Betty?
Yep.
Okay, there you go.
A couple of handicap tickets will go a long ways. You start off on the corner of 221st and Norwalk Boulevard.
Okay, the next fund that's in line is the AQMD fund, and the detail starts on page 60. And it's a relatively small budget, and most of it's related to public works, right, Joe?
I'm not sure who that's related to.
This is for the natural gas, clean area, yeah.
What page are we? Page 60?
Get up and get the mic.
We're at 61.
61?
I know, Hannah.
You can put you in the podium.
What's up,
She's afraid of the mic and.
I want to spread my germs. AQMD is
Steve's
very
gonna get 'em.
specific as far as expenditures are concerned. There are strict guidelines, and the only time we can utilize those funds is when we're trying to improve any type of air quality, such as exhaust, and even some of our generators. We can still write some of those off. So it's very specific. We don't have the liberty of spending those funds so easily. There are strict guidelines, and we get X amount of revenue every year, and that's basically it. So we have to be very careful when we utilize these funds. Does council has any other questions?
This is natural gas? Do we have a paratransit vehicle that has natural gas?
No,
No, not a paratransit.
not paratransit.
No, we have the smaller vehicles that are natural gas, the one that Freddie was
We have the
driving.
pickup trucks at Public Works that are natural gas.
Oh, I was just wondering, I'd seen paratransit program, I thought maybe it was
Do
paratransit.
we have a filler place here at City Hall for that purpose?
we
Oh, no,
We don't have the pumps?
no, that'll be in the near
How many
future.
vehicles do we have now, natural gas?
We have 6.
6?
Yes, but Robert and I have been looking into it, and we got a couple of meetings set up with the people that are going to give us some proposals and tell us what they would cost, but it's pretty expensive, and then when you do install one, you have to share it with the other cities. That's part of the
What are the conditions?
conditions of the grant and to share it. Just like Long Beach has their tanks, and that's where we go. And as much as they'd like to chase us away, everybody, because they get a lot of traffic over there, they can't. They have to service us.
No.
So that would be part of the conditions over here.
What's the address of the location?
Pardon me?
What's the address of the location?
Oh, the one in Long Beach, that's on Cherry and Atlantic.
Yeah, I know there's not too many places around where you can pump natural gas.
No, and then by the time that you get over there and come back to Hawaiian Garden, you need to fill up again. Because it goes that quick. It's really not very good on mileage at all.
Yeah, I know we had a company up
It's
in Los
terrible.
Angeles that we serviced, and they had natural gas for a long time on their forklifts, and they
Oh,
had
it's terrible.
fillers out there. But
It's really, it kind of, you kind of have to go look at the meter. Sometimes you don't want to believe the guys. I got to go fill up again. I said, well, you got back.
yeah, the mileage is not all that great
Oh,
with
not at
natural
all.
gas.
Not at all. It's not
So
a
you get
very-
natural gas just by looking at the meter.
Maybe we need to look at flex vehicles.
electric.
No.
Don't go there.
Then you still have to have a place to plug those suckers in, and they only get a 100-mile range.
That I can find.
I hate electric vehicles. Give me one of those combinations any day.
Okay. Now we're getting into the transportation program, which is your Prop C and your Prop A program, and it's managed through the Human Services.
Is that 61?
Page 61, correct.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Bueno.
There are no major changes for page 61 for transportation admin. The next page is where you see most of our operational costs pertaining to the paratransit program on page 62.
You know, but for the service it supplies, it's worth it. We're doing a great job out there. I'll tell you, our seniors are very happy with the transportation.
Thank you. And we did decrease 4410 equipment. Last year, and even at mid-year, the city council voted for us to purchase new buses, and happy to say that we're pretty much up to speed as far as our fleet goes. So we reduced that line item significantly.
Yeah, I think we rode on one of the new ones yesterday, didn't we?
I think so, yeah.
Nice vehicle.
And our newest one has been placed on order from the funds that you allocated at mid-year, so we should be getting that in a few months.
What about automotive expenses? Isn't that where you take the gas out?
We do, and this page, as you'll see, is similar to Prop A. So we have 12,000 in this prop and then 12 in the other. To be honest, I can't recall why it was decreased, but you're right. This is where we pay the gas out of.
Okay, have we contracted with any, with like Mobile or ARCO or any of that? Have we contracted with them that you got a card, that way you get somewhat of a discount?
We're set up with Mobile and ARCO.
Mobile.
Fleet discount.
Fleet discount, okay. Yeah, because there is a few cents saving there.
The Mobile's the one that gives us a fleet discount. If I'm not mistaken, the ARCO just gives us a discount.
That's strange, because my ex-boss used to get a fleet discount with his ARCO.
Well, the one that we have locally here, I don't think they're tied in directly with ARCO, but they...
I find that strange to believe, because that card was good for any ARCO station I stopped at. I had to take a forklift all the way down to San Diego, and I used the ARCO card to fill up coming back.
The ARCO card's good. I'm just saying the people here, they're...
Or Mayor Pro Tem Heckerman, what happens is, from my understanding, is there's different types of franchise agreements that you can secure with ARCO, different levels. You know, you've seen your AM/PMs that have a convenient market that have, and then you have other places like this one that's just
shady.
What is it, a fly-by-night thing?
Shady.
They don't accept anything?
He has obviously rights to operate as an ARCO gas station, but it's nothing like...
You thought it was an ARCO kind of thing.
Right.
Well, in that case, I would just send our people on down there to Orange County into Cypress, there at the ARCO station down there at the corner of Moody and Lincoln.
Well, we have the two choices. We have, I know he's looking at me in there. turn the mic on.
That's what you
But we have the both choices, but the one that does give us a fleet discount for sure is the mobile. So our buses are, if I'm not mistaken, going to mobile.
Okay, have we looked at the difference in cost between mobile and Arco?
Couple of pennies, really. Not much difference. Everybody is as high as they can try and go anyway, so they try and keep the penny level. There's not
All
much
I know is
difference.
ExxonMobil's the one that's made the most money off of these
There ain't no
gas
market.
right now.
I mean, forget it. There's no market. It's a monopoly. So
Yeah.
you ain't going to get anywhere.
Well, okay.
Page 63 begins the Proposition A. Page 64 is similar to the Transportation Administration we reviewed a few pages ago. Again, no major changes there. And the following page, 65, again, is similar to the other page as well, with identical proposals.
Prop A.
Yeah.
Then page 66 is the paratransit program. And this is a program, right, Steve, that we're no longer budgeting, obviously.
Correct.
All zeros.
Saving money.
That's an easy one.
That's an expensive program.
Page 67 is the Long Beach Transit program.
What's that, for the purchase of tickets?
Correct.
Yeah, fixed route. It's a
Fixed route.
Correct.
Okay.
The fixed route from Long Beach. You normally wouldn't come down here.
See? And the cost has gone up.
Yeah. So if you want to pay for the extra route and service, pay for the extra route. Kind of a contract.
And page 68 is the bus pass subsidy.
There's a bus pass.
Well, that's pretty much stayed same.
You might have to look at that later on, because I got a sneaky suspicion that's going to go up.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me.
I might be one of them, I'll tell you that right now.
Up next, Joe.
Read that book.
MTA is doing a lot of changing around of things.
Bus stop maintenance.
69.
Page 69, I'll turn it over to Joe.
It's 69.
Bus stop maintenance.
Well, no change in that, really. I mean, we went down on the automotive expense. To be honest with you, I don't know why. I remember doing this one, but anyway.
That's
it's
quite a
there.
difference between '05 and now.
Yeah, the only,
Pick up the mic.
the only thing that we do work on this is the salary for the bus stop maintenance person, which is one that we use, and the automotive expenses for Unit 28. That's under that, but that's about it on that.
God, we've got zero equipment maintenance?
I don't like that, do you?
What's that, zero?
Zero equipment
I'm
maintenance.
wondering what the equipment's
I
like.
think there was a typo there.
I'm wondering what the equipment is. What equipment are we talking about?
500 on there?
Yeah, I think there's about 10 zeros missing in there. Yeah.
It's fine.
Now he's making it up on special supplies.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be the pressure washer there, eh? There's one telling them what it is. Eh?
Steve. It's the
truck.
Is it
Unit 28.
ATGM?
Yeah, it should still
CDBG
be.
the next?
Excuse,
No. CDBG, ATGM?
ATGM is your CDBG program, right?
Yeah,
It's coming.
Oh.
No, so we only have one vehicle involved with this equipment?
Right.
Yes.
For you, yeah, on page 69? Yeah, we're still on 69, right? Yes. That is an error on
You want something?
my part, I guess, because there should be some equipment maintenance on that one truck. That's the big unit 28 that we use quite a bit. So I will ask if we can put at least, let's see.
Do we want to brace ourselves?
Well, I'll be live with you.
Well, the actual expenditures one year was $491, so I'm
Oh,
thinking
man,
about $500 or so at least.
I think sounds right.
Is that one of the newer vehicles?
No, as a matter of fact, it's the older one. It's an older
28.
vehicle. It's been
A
around
flatbed?
for a while.
Flatbed?
Yes, the big
Oh, yeah, it
flatbed.
has been around a while.
Yeah, it has been around.
Nothing today.
No, we haven't, because we haven't really put a lot of money into it. I'm requesting at least a couple of $1,000s, just in case I got to change the tires on it, because I really haven't looked at that vehicle that close.
Yeah, because the tires run $300-$400 a piece.
Yeah, so I'll at least request $2,000 on that line item.
2,000?
Yes.
You okay with that?
I told you, brace.
Well, that wasn't bad.
You haven't replaced the tires?
No, I don't remember replacing the tires for a while, so if anything, that's what I will replace.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and do that.
Doesn't need it. It hasn't been neglected, it's been taken care of. We take care of it.
Oh, so you don't need,
But
It's
in
our
our
bread and butter, really.
Just out of hand,
Don't say that, Juana.
do we keep a maintenance record on every vehicle in the fleet?
Yes, I mean, it's not like it's up to date, I'll be honest with you.
Okay, so that you can go to that maintenance record and see when it needs maintenance again,
Not
like such as
today.
oil change and things like that?
Probably not.
I think we ought to do that.
Yes, I
Look
agree.
at the Glen Cornejo School of...
I agree. Yeah, I went to that
Operation.
school. Yeah.
Because, with our equipment being used throughout the city and what have you and everything, some of these vehicles wouldn't take too many days to rack up 3,000 miles or more.
And that's what Bob has been working on. We've talked about putting a program together with all the other things that he's been doing, because it really takes somebody to stay on top of it. It's a tough job.
This is going from my own experience, having worked at that company I worked for. We had a vehicle maintenance record for each one of them. Each driver was responsible for that record.
And you know how hard it is. It's okay when you're responsible for your own vehicle, but when you have 13 vehicles that everybody puts their hand in,
Yeah, true.
it's rough. I mean, there's no assigned vehicle over
Yeah.
there. Everybody grabs a vehicle in order to get the job done.
Well, the only thing would come back on, the onus would then come back on your shoulders if any maintenance were done on it to put that into the maintenance book.
I agree, because I'm responsible for them. And sometimes we have to bite the bullet, in the mornings when we got to get rolling.
Well, the reason I'm saying this is because it can be a cost-cutting factor. It can be a cost-saving factor, rather.
Mayor Pro Tem, we'll get
Yeah.
started on that
Okay.
right away.
Just get a file going, that's all. 13 file.
Okay.
6.
Are we ready to go on the Section 8 program? We already covered that.
Yeah, I don't need
That
Section
was
8.
good.
I ain't gonna change that at all.
Okay.
Boy, we're buzzing right along.
Code enforcement. Page 74. CDBG program, it has a ATGM program.
Alternative game membership?
Yes,
What
page
page we on?
74.
74.
And that's the Alternative to Gang Membership Program funded to CDBG. And again, it's basically the same as last year with some minor increases.
Is it working?
There's really no tool to measure whether prevention programs work, only because it's just really tough, you know what I mean? But are we providing a service to the schools and to the students? Yes, we are.
Okay, who's providing that?
It's Ernie Vargas. Yeah, he does. There's a classroom curriculum, and there's also an after-school component at the junior high school level that he works with year-round.
He's the neighborhood counselor.
Right. Right.
Well, the kids seem to be attuned to him, so hopefully.
I mean, there's a lot more we can do if we had more resources, but at this time, you know, we are providing the service.
Well, I'm also aware that all you could do is put it out there and say and tell them certain things and try to show them certain things and then sit back and pray.
Well, the important thing is that, you know, you guys have authorized numerous other programs throughout the city, especially recreational programs that when kind of partnered with the ATGM program. I mean, if you really start working together and getting things going, it could have an impact.
Could I ask that maybe we could eliminate the word church under special events?
Where's this?
Church rally.
Church rally on drugs and gangs. Well, we just put rally on drugs and gangs, so we're not to raise the ire of the ACLU or anybody else.
You know, that slipped by, yeah.
Now, you know, that's really gotten sick in this country today where we have to be worry that much about that. Sorry, folks, this country was founded on a little bit of religious background, you know.
Any questions there?
Okay, on the CDBG program, we've covered the most of it. In fact, the city council has adopted the big part of the CDBG program in a previous council meeting on how they were going to spend that CDBG money. So I basically put that in this particular budget.
There was a question, Steve, regarding the neighborhood beautification, page 79.
79.
John.
Okay, page 79. Yes, that was also adopted by council. And it is basically broken down here. And it's pretty much identical to the previous year.
Okay. Yeah, well, I know that I've talked to a few people out there in the neighborhoods, and they're still, you know, they're quite happy about it. The only thing that I wonder about is that you could take that same thing back out there a week later and get it almost the same amount of stuff. I keep wondering where it's coming from, but at least it is helping to keep the neighborhoods clean.
Well, I don't think the trash bins alone are going to resolve that. Our code enforcement department has been extremely proactive.
Yeah.
I get 1 or 2 phone calls a day at least from residents.
Well, I'm thinking about it too. Some of the people in the park, especially, and I go by what happens in the park because I live there, but I'm sure it's out in the neighborhood also. That on the materials that are considered hazardous materials, whatever, is there a possible way that we can get something set up here in the near future here in this city, where the people of this city could get their hazardous goods to that? Because the only place that I know of right now is outside of the city down at Long Beach or whatever.
We'll have staff look into that and set one up as soon as possible.
Yeah, because, you know, paint cans and everything else is considered hazardous.
The way they usually run those type of events is that they'll have like a regional hazardous waste pickup where they'll pick, for example, I think there was one in Cerritos not too long ago, or Artesia. And they invite some of the neighboring cities, but you have to let them know that you're coming and make sure it's transported.
Well, one of the major problems that I see on this and have heard on it also is the ability to get the hazardous stuff there. You know, a lot of people have cars and they don't have room to transport it and what have you. So I'd like to see if we could work on something like that, to set up a program here at least once in a year to help the people get rid of this hazardous material.
Yeah, usually sanitation district has something like that. And you know what? They, in their green sheet, when they report on it, you know, they never have them here in Hawaiian Gardens that I've known of. You know.
We had once.
We had one.
Yeah, one a couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah, one time.
I think they had the container down here at City Hall.
If you call them, they'll probably set it up.
Well, see, the problem with the hazardous material, we're not allowed to transport it really anywhere. That's why they have to come to us. in order to have a program like that. If we go and pick up hazardous materials, say from the mobile homes, a couple of paint cans, they let us kind of slide with that.
Well, no, what I'm saying is if we could set up the container here, whoever it is we have to contact to have the hazardous material taken care of.
Right.
And then if we could figure out a way of then helping them transport their hazardous material to that container.
That's why I say what Ernesto and I will talk about later on is that maybe what we can do is like the dial throwaway program that we used to have many years ago, is maybe get a hotline where we will pick up hazardous materials in so many quantities and transport it to the yard until we can get the people over here to pick it up.
Yeah.
For the cleanups right now, as it stands, people do throw hazardous material on us without us catching them.
Yeah, and that's-
We bring it to the yard, then I call hazmat, they come and pick it up.
That's another reason why I'd like to see us try to have this program, if possible, to possibly alleviate that problem. And because I know a lot of people have old paint cans still around, they have no way of disposing of them and things like. In fact, I'm one of them. I've got a bunch of old paint cans around the place that I needed to get disposed of. But it's not for me. I'm thinking about some of these other people that have asked me about it in the park there, and other people outside in the community about disposing of hazardous material.
Right. We'll make the contact with the sanitation district and see what options we have, but.
I think it's called a hazardous waste roundup.
Roundup,
They
yeah.
allow them to come, people to transport
Yeah,
stuff to
they
them.
do.
Yeah, because they don't
Okay.
go out and get it.
Yeah.
No.
No, they don't go out and get it, and that's my problem. We would need to try and set up some sort of a transportation thing for some of the people in some of the neighborhoods that don't have the wherewithal to bring it up themselves.
Oh, I see.
That's so that we could make absolutely certain that their hazardous material was gotten rid of.
No, but then again, at the same time, we got to be careful with that because we got a call about a couple of weeks ago, senior citizen, and we like to do it for especially senior citizens. He wanted us to go pick up his hazardous waste. He had gallons of paint, 16 of them. I said, "Are you a painter by any chance?" He said, "Well, I used to be."
I used to be.
Yeah.
He's a collector.
He didn't want to pay for it.
Well, that's something we need to look into at least. I think
We'll do that.
you can look into it, Ernesto.
Any further questions there?
None I can think of.
Page 80.
Page 80 is basically adopted by the council at the CDBG resolution of their particular budget. You've already previously adopted it. And we're getting now to our redevelopment agency, and there's the detail starts on page 82. This is your big front, your administration, and your normal redevelopment activities. And there are some minor changes here. Salaries remain pretty much the same, basically the same. Here's the special counsel went up a little bit. That's your legal fees.
They're going up right now.
And that's basically it. I don't know if I don't notice too many differences in this particular budget. So if there's no further questions, the second part is your payments that you make for your library rental and your property maintenance services out of redevelopment. And basically stay the same except for $2,000. Page 85 is your low-to-mod housing fund program.
By the way, have we looked into, this may not even be pertinent on this end of it, but have we looked in, the post office just announced that they were coming out with an anytime stamp. So, anytime stamp, so that in the future, when they raise the cost of postage, this stamp would still be good. Have we looked into the possibility of getting that, into that?
I've heard of that stamp.
We'd sure save ourselves some money on that one.
It'll only save if you buy it in quantity up front.
I don't think it's come out yet. They're still in the talking stage. But if they do, we've been looking into the possibility of
I don't believe we
utilizing
have.
it.
For us to use as a city?
Yeah.
Yeah. We used the machine.
Well, I know. I'm just wondering if the machine could be modified to work that way.
We'll look into that also.
Yeah, that'd be a heck of a savings there, because I understand they're going up about another 3 or 4 cents next time around.
Okay, we're now at the Lower Mount Housing Fund, page 85. This particular fund hasn't had much activity in it. It has accumulated some money, and I believe the council has authorized the city to start looking at purchasing some property, which is not in this particular budget, but it may occur next year sometime. And that's about a $1.4 million purchase rate.
We're hoping.
Yeah. Okay, the next page is your lighting and landscaping district. Page starts at page 87. And I believe this is primarily public works.
Tell them we never keep it short. Well, again, another restricted fund. It's no changes.
Another $2,000.
Yeah, well, another $2,000 I'll add in there, but Joe told me to keep it short, so I'll keep it short.
No change.
Where do we stand as far as the signals are concerned and getting those taken care of, getting them updated?
Synchronization?
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to touch bases with our engineer, see where she's at with it.
We'll have to get back and give you a status report to see where they're at. That's the traffic synchronization project along Carson Street.
Mm-hmm.
That's being paid for by the county, but we'll get you a status report on that.
Okay, because, I know we've been at this for a long time, been talking about it, but I haven't seen anything happen yet. I guess the last time we were in still negotiations with Long Beach or something on the contract or whatever.
Well, they're in the design stages, so.
God. That's what happens when we can't take care of it ourselves.
And lastly, I want to go back. This, I believe, is the last item. I'm going to go back to the capital projects, page 90, just for clarification.
Okay.
Our bond issuance proceeds are included in the figures listed there. And I'll touch on the major projects. For example, the library computer building. That $3 million is composed of general fund money, no, bond proceed money. First thing I was trying to avoid, but it's composed of bond proceed money. The next major project, the Dead End Street project, is also bond proceed money. And lastly, the sports complex. The $4.5 million is composed of several revenue sources. One is a $1 million grant from the state, $300,000 from CDBG, $500,000 from the school district. That's money that they have for their modernization program at Ferris Ferry.
Hey, it's something.
And the remainder will be bond proceeds. So just for clarification, that's where we're at. And I believe, was there a consensus to remove the Carson Street landscape and hardscape project?
Yeah.
So you guys want to dedicate that money to the urban trail? It would be $1 million.
Well, maybe next year, I hope, we can relook at that Carson landscape, because eventually I want to see it, just like the rest of the cities around, be uniform throughout the city.
And dedicate whatever's left over in this budget.
To what?
For that...
Carson?
Or the urban trail?
Well, maybe, depending on what we have, let's take a look and see what we got left over.
Okay.
Because I want to put some money in savings, and I also want to put some, well, it's kind of like savings too, but it's for capital fund, but for the, for the urban trail would be nice. I got to get going on this thing.
Okay, can I recap some of the decisions? There was some of the consensus here that was discussed. The very first item was to first hold off on the personnel changes, but we're going to leave it in the budget, okay? We'll hold off on doing that.
Right.
Okay? We're going to change that Christmas decorations to street decoration, the title.
Yeah.
More apropos.
We're gonna scratch the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
Okay, we're also we're gonna transfer the same dollar from community services to code enforcement, the community service officer. The animal control, you recommend that we look for a new provider. Public Works personnel from part-time to full-time. You asked to look into the no foam boxes. Next one is the special events. You wanted to add $7,000 to your special events for a diversity event. You wanted to add $5,000 to your excursion program and also change your language on the participation, residents versus non-residents. You want to add $2,000 to the bus stop maintenance. And finally, you also changed the Carson hardscape landscape project, eliminate that from the $1 million and transfer it to the urban trail program with the consensus that any future excess monies in the capital project funds will go towards the urban trail program.
Well, but we're going to look at savings too.
Add savings, yeah, you can add to it. It's as you go along on a pay-as-you-go basis. But you basically want to build up to the project level. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, then if that's the consensus, I'd like to come back on June 13th to have a resolution adopting the budget with the aforementioned changes and also your GAN appropriation limit, and recommend that we approve it at that point in time.
Okay.
Okay.
Geez, we made it in one day.
Okay.
We're done.
We're done.
Gavel us out, Mayor. Wait a minute, what? We have every... Is that it?
We're adjourning this meeting and the meeting of the Redevelopment Agency to June 13th at 6 p.m. and the Public Housing Authority meeting to Tuesday, June 27th at 6 p.m.
There you go. We're out of here.